Whatever. Hello! I was messing around with the audio, like with the song, and it kept on messing with the playback. So I'm just like, whatever, I'll just start. Anyway, hello. I am trying to finish this game again. Um I got a bunch of endings last time, and including one that would not let me finish the game. So I'm gonna try to do it again, along with all the other ones. Let's see where all of these question marks are. Can you guys like hear everything? If I like click things and whatnot. Game of all time. Yeah, I've been really enjoying this game, and I'm looking forward to playing the next one too at some point. I don't know when. Is it soft? Yeah, it's pretty soft actually already. I can do this too, because if you can hear this, then it's probably in pretty good shape. This fun, yeah, gently. Here, I'll raise it a little bit. There you go. Alright, let's try this thing. Wouldn't hurt to nudge it up. Yeah, I nudged it up a little bit. Let me know if it's still really quiet.
None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
What was I doing? What was I in the middle of doing? I don't remember how to use anything. Voices are perfect. Awesome. Let's see here. Yes, okay, so I saved here because this is where I wanted to start with. I need to... Which door did I not go through?
Clover and I chose door 1.
I think I went through this one. Yeah, I went through door 1.
I chose door 2.
I have not gone through door 2. So I need to go through door 2.
Door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
What about me?
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Huh. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
7, Lotus, what do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
All right then, we're good to go.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Yeah, be careful.
We should get going as well.
Is this door 1? Did I go through door 1? Or did I go through...
This is E-Deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I think this must have been the one that I didn't go through.
Here it is.
Because this is new content for me.
Yeah.
I'm glad that past me was smart enough to set it all up so that way I can just start.
Let's get to it. Hey, I found it. It's right there.
Interesting that the dude that I'm most suspicious of is with us too. Middle path is door 6. 2 leads to the sub end that you got probably saved right after the vote. Yeah. Again, past me was smart.
It stopped.
Yes! It
And
stopped!
also, hello. Welcome to the stream.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I like how every single path, like, at this point, Junpei says this.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
All right, let's go.
This door looks heavy.
It does look heavy.
It's not locked. I'm opening it.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
This has to be the biggest room so far.
Huh. Could be
Whoops.
2 stories, maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
You got lost in here? Oh no.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
Kamaboko.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
I don't know what you're
I see
referring
stairs,
to.
so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit 1 person.
You're right.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I mean, you are on a boat.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
Like a really big boat.
All right, let's split up. Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? Hey, June,
Jumpy.
you... Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes. Yes. It probably is. But I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me. I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Okay, here, sit down, careful.
Thank you.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right. All right, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
I'm gonna up the sound just a little bit more. Alright. Forget Junpei's puffy blue vest over gray sleeveless hoodie over blazer. Looks like that's a good point. I didn't think about it. It is peak Y2K fashion. It is just layers upon layers of questionable patterns. Alright. Tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. Probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. What's in here? That looks suspicious. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Look at the back wall there. You can see 3 small slots. Terminals of some sort of connectors, perhaps? You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? That's gotta mean something. Guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Nothing. We probably have to fill these in before this thing works. Pillar goes all the way up to the ceiling. And there's nothing else. Let's see what else is around here. What is this? A golden gear. Doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well, then I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Ah, that's suspicious. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. There's a door over here in this tunnel. The bolt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into the store. The door appears to be welded shut, however. I see. Huge oven for this boiler. There are 3 open areas in it. Each of the open areas has a gear in it. Oh, okay, so I can access each of the gears, it looks like. Or 2 of them, at least. What's this thing? This slider is down. I guess Ace feels like giving it a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. Do any of them move? 3 sliders on the left are down, this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we are meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. Seeing if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow. Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Alright, so I have to go do something and then... The door we came through when we entered the steam engine room. Backside of the catwalk. And the paint and the pipe. Oh boy. Alright. Let's go this way, I guess. What's this? There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Can I open them or anything? Look, Ace, it's some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. You use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with the pulley system. Man, you're too serious. Can I put them into the... Can I put them into the boxes? Because these look like they're, doing something. What's this? Given its placement, this must unlock the doors to the left. It's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You think this means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. Thick iron door blocking our way. I think this is... Yes, it looks like the exit. I think this door slides up into the ceiling. Alright. Nothing else here. A number of wooden boxes. They're all empty. More catwalk. Oh, this one's silver. I think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver is way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be a steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you hauled this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? I guess you're not wrong. Conveyor belt runs into a sort of arched tunnel. More gears. Can I go further in here? No, I guess not. More golden gears. So both sides of these have golden gears. There are a number of these little windows along the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. Don't think we can get these open. Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size would actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You'd need at least 3, no, 4 of these. Huh, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know. I don't know if that's common sense, man. A lot of people just casually like, yeah, 7 has super strength. It's not no big deal. Yeah. They expect so much out of this guy, actually. This is where it came from. Let me go up this way. Yes, I can go up this way. Alright. The door's unfurnished. There's an A on it. Circular wheel. Let's give this sucker a twist. It does open. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. It's totally pitch black in there. We should go in here. I like how like the 7 has super strength thing is he's not only does he have super strength, but he's also going to be complicit in us stealing this from this ship. Alright. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Which should put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've got to investigate. It's like a hand-operated winch, but it doesn't look like there's any way to operate it. This means the wheel isn't attached. Okay, so I need to go find a wheel of some sort. One of the great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting right underneath it. Because that's just kind of up to the left, not straight below it. I guess that's not really an important detail right now. Anyway, it should be directly above the corner of the conveyor belt here. This damn pile of boxes is blocking my way. Wooden box at the end of the rope. Looks like there's something in the box. Okay. Oh, okay, so that... You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside of your head. That way you won't get lost. Oh, okay, so we're going straight through these tunnels here. Alright. This is the winch. I think. Whoever built this ship must not have at all care for safety. No handrails. Yeah. There's really, like, nothing to protect anybody from here. Anyway, it looks like that's a pipe. It looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. Then coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. Oh. For model training hard mode. Definitely a special kind of catwalk. Okay, there's nothing here. I have to go find the thing before I can do anything there. There's C on it. The ship structure. Huh. Okay, so I do have to do B over here. And then we turn. Alright, let's get this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Ah, shit. Alright, now we have this one. Good job, Genus, you broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Go back through here. And then we go back through here. And then we go over here. And then we put this on here. Oh yeah, I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch. Let's see if it fits. Sweet, it's a perfect fit. Looks like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see the wooden box under the catwalk? Can you see it? Hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? Looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. Alright, I'll turn the wheel. Huh? What's this? What happened? This wheel only turns to the left. Only turns to the left? That means we can't reel up the rope. Yeah, we can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We'll simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah. June's down over by there.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion. She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah, we're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno, but it does seem like a possibility, you know? You know, speaking of experiments, there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a square
here we go.
C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Do you ever think about theories when your life is in danger? Yeah, I think so much about science when I'm trying to figure out how to get out of a room.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations.
Oh, several generations.
This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
I enjoy that this like cast of characters is so... Every person is very unique, but every one of them is talking about hive minds. Like the
How
concept of a
hell
hive
would I
mind.
know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah, think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
Oh, fun bit. It starts the emergency here in the same root bit of Santa's story. The door puzzle in the confinement room plays with that in Japanese. Starts as emergency with an additional note stating from danger to escape. Same end point as spelling emergence with the... Oh. That's cool. I wonder, do they do that? Do they talk about the English word in the Japanese version? I wonder.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I did think that that was kind of funny that they put emergence instead of emergency.
Yeah, that's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
I'm kind of curious, but I don't know if I want to backtrack through that in Japanese to figure it out. Wait, how do I get down from here? This one? Or was I on the correct side before? Here we go. Where is... Wait. Should be right here. Where's the box? Whoops. Oh. This one? Control panel for something. Alright. Oh. Cool. Alright. This goes in here. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. There's only one way to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? Orange one? Yes. Alright. Pushing. Sweet, all sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And something turned on. Oh, what's that? What happened? Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. Conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found that control panel. Coal, huh? Belt started moving, transported quite a bit of coal. All drops off on the left. Alright, now I have a box full of coal. For all the naughty children at Christmas time. Can I replace one of these boxes with... What am I doing? A winch hook this thing hanging off of it anymore. Oh. Feeling it's important. I already looked at those, there's nothing in there. What happens if I do this now? By any chance? Nothing happens. Alright. Not you, you're not naughty, you sure? You sure you're not naughty? Support embraces the end where June's resting. 100%. I'll have to ask Santa when I get the chance whether you were naughty or nice this year. It feels like there should be more stuff that I can look at, but there isn't. You know this, when was the Titanic? It was in like the early 1900s, is that right? Or am I completely off? I don't know dates. I'm so bad at history. It's a catwalk, meow. You want me to push you off her, Junpei? No way, meow. You jackass. Pipe goes through to the conveyor belt. Alright. April 10th. Okay, so yeah, in early 1900s. I'm so glad that somebody here knows dates. But yeah, so like... Do you think you should be paying so much attention to the conveyor belt? Shut up! Can I go through the tunnel? I should be allowed to go through the tunnel. Wait. Okay, so I'm right here right now. Wait, where is the tunnel? Is this the tunnel? This is the tunnel. Right? Okay, yeah, here's the tunnel that I'm trying, that all the coal came out of. What am I supposed to do with this box of coal? This is the only thing I have, right? Yeah. Is there... do any of these work? I was thinking 14th, but looked it up. 14th was a sinking date. So it started to sink. Zero's speech at the beginning, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking... Oh, this is where you put coal into the furnace. Alright. Check on the other side. This one? Oh, okay. A hole that lets us put coal into the furnace. We can get some coal in there. So, okay. Alright. But yeah, I was just thinking early 1900s, we're not going to have any sort of, like, safety equipment. No regulation for that at the moment. Guess I should have expected that. Why would I just throw in coal into the coal furnace? Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which would heat the water stored up there and make steam, which then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine. And drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Imagine Junpei hadn't thought that far at all and just like, yes, that was totally my plan. It seems like that would be what he would do. He was just like, yeah, I'm gonna put coal in this and I'm gonna expect it to work immediately. Never mind how much I put in there. Yeah, right, you look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so just stay over there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Flex. Yeah. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now I just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that allows us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Does this work? There it is. Oh yeah, it's all the way up now. I think this might be... Probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. Means if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Oh, now they're all... Oh, is this one bronze? Oh. The gears, they're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. I'm gonna take this one. Gonna take this one. Oh, is this one bronze? This is considered bronze? I thought that they were both gold. Silver. Alright, and then we go up here. This thing unlocks the door. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found into this thing, there's only a way to find out. That's odd, nothing's happening. Maybe you're putting them in the wrong places? Actually, to face them in the wrong directions? Perhaps you could rotate the discs to make sure the lines connect to one another. No harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is clicked, it will rotate a certain amount. When a white arrow is clicked, the discs are switched. Please note when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. Oh. Ugh. Oh wait, this one should go here. This one should go here. Oh, cool. The red lines on these just... I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. Does that work? Cool. Is it any different if I had matched up the blue ones? The blue lines? I don't think the blue lines would have matched up, to be honest, but...
Yes! The door's open!
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
There should only be one solution? Oh, okay.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
Y'all are talking too much. Just let him go.
I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
Junpei's like, yeah, I don't need to listen to this. There's no reason for them to be fighting.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
Let me check. Good. You're feeling a lot better. Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy.
A warrior?
Oops, I mean, warrior.
All right, let's go.
Wario.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
Oh. Aw. That is a really good localization, actually. I always love when you can think of a really cool localization for a silly, what's it called? For a silly pun. I mean, like, I've done translation work myself, so, like, that kind of thing is really cool. But also, when you see those sorts of things, when you see those sorts of puns, you're like, ah, I hate this. This is the worst. How am I gonna convey this stupid joke to other people?
Oh, it's...
Santa? What are you looking at?
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
She was only about an inch tall then?
June. Are you winning? I just got out of this room, so I guess I am winning.
Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
No, an inch is about normal for a button, I feel like. It is a little big, but, like, there's plenty of
Sorry.
things that have that.
Why are you looking at it?
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted.
Aww.
I'm so glad he got my letter.
Oh, is that the name of this song? A really good song.
She was always so excited.
Whoops.
I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for.
Aw,
It took a
good
lot
big
of saving,
brother.
but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
Huh.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that.
Santa Oni-chan, yeah.
Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time.
Aww.
That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true.
Most people had different code names in Japanese versus English. Santa is one of the few that had the same name between both. Both because it's a Japanese pun to begin with, as well as for things like the story. Aw, yeah, that's really sweet. As soon as like he started telling the story, I was like, oh, his like now his name has another meaning entirely. What are the other ones? Because well, I guess I didn't. I would have to go listen to the Japanese track. I switched over to the English. I was listening to the Japanese originally and then switched over to the English because I was like, actually, a lot of the people that are watching this are English only. So for accessibility, I was like, yeah, let me just leave it as English. Thanks to that, it was kept in English. We had the amazing translation to any of you chumps know Japanese. Yeah, I loved that actually. That's one of my favorite lines, especially with like I don't remember their voice actors, but like his voice actor is really good, and I think his delivery was really funny for that one specifically.
What happened?
She died.
Oh no.
She was killed 9 years ago.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
Huh?
Santa's a good
Hey,
kid.
what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
I say,
Let's go.
knowing that he threatens June later on with a gun.
Oh, you're finally back.
Sorry we took so long. Let's go.
Every perfect man has a flaw. To be fair, we don't
this
know
a
his
warehouse?
we don't know what happens at the end of that because the game won't let me finish it. Ichimaya. They don't keep Ace. I'm kind of surprised about that actually. Ichimaya ni Nilus. Oh, that makes sense. Yotsuba. That makes sense because that is just Clover. Junpei's Junpei. Oh, really? Murasaki? They went with Murasaki? 7. And then Yashiro. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool, actually. Murasaki is kind of interesting. For it, like, that's an interesting choice. Which one is... Because that's... Huh. Interesting.
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
You know, Lotus doesn't strike me as the sort that would pick Yashiro. Because it's a really, like, manly name, honestly. Oh. Huh. Isn't this the dude that, that bought it at the beginning? He's number 9. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. Well, it kind of suggests to how they make the contrast between her and her occupation. Oh, that's true. That makes sense. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. Nothing else in there. Aisha. Yeah. Crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? What? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. But yes, I spend so much time thinking about the reproduction of crates. These crates are quite large. They need to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. Oops. Box, nothing inside. Oh, this one's Santa. No comment on the fact that it's Santa? This looks like our stuff. All the boxes have numbers on them, do they? Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Oh, here we go. There's some number boxes and charts with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards that we don't have? Whoops. Maybe it's a problem for me to have OBS right underneath my game. Oh well. Oh yeah, 9. A Q&A answered what Junpei and 9 likely would have chosen for code names. Junpei likely would have been Han, Star, or Penta, and 9 likely would have been Pigeon. Combination for of kanji for Kutori? Is that right? Kutori? Pigeon? I don't know what the word for pigeon is in Japanese, but that's kind of cool. He kind of looks like a pigeon. In that kind of like neurotic way. Push all the buttons, boxes, there's nothing in them. Oh. It's me! Oh, they put us together. Hato? Oh right. No, isn't that Dove? Because then that would be like Hato would make sense for like 8, but some sort of liquid in these barrels. Not sure what it is though. How many do I have now? 6. Nothing in these crates. There's can't read kanji myself, but Wiki lists it as. Where's my... Oh, it is just Hato. What would that... Oh, wait. No. Okay, I understand. Here, wait. Let me, I can show... so... Let me write this on the screen. If I can. So... where's my useful text? Can I do this? Am I allowed? Well, awesome. Let me not knock over my drink in the process. All right, so this is the word for Hato. So this character on the left is the character for 9, and then the character next to it is the character for bird. So actually, that makes a lot of sense when you look at it that way. Right? Yeah. So that's really cool. I like that a lot. I'm gonna forget that that's there when I go to like BRB water or whatever, and I'm just gonna open that up and it's gonna be just pigeon. But yeah, that's really cool. I like those sorts of puns a lot. That's 8. Who am I missing? Aces. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here except for the one we came in through. And this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. What routes have I missed? I'm still in the same, the 9 is already built into the word for pigeon and his hair looks like a bird's nest. That makes sense. Alright. You've only missed, one room so far. I'm still on the same, I'm still on the same route. We went through a boiler room and, Jin got sick, so she stayed out for most of it, and now we're in the cargo room and we're looking for we found a bunch of boxes with numbers on them and a bunch of cards with our faces on it. An electronic lock? No, just a keyhole right under the doorknob. Open this door, you gotta find the key that fits in that keyhole. Yeah. Let's go up. What's this? Monitor's off. I've got a green switch here and the red one, some kind of lever. Nothing of them seems to do anything though. Power's off? Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom though. That means there's several lights here, numbers 1 to 9. The light with a 9 on it is... Oh, wait. Here we go. Can I do something with this? It's covering something? Looks like some kind of shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. Come out of it if it does open. Yeah, like I know that. Okay. Why is the 9 open? Metal pane over the outside of the window. Alright. A very small box. Here's Ace's. Oh, it goes all the way over here. I didn't know that. Alright. Let's go see what's in our boxes.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Semi-cursed dollars, the spread CG of the cards and Snake's inventory model differ for some reason. In the inventory model, his eyes are closed as normal in the spread. Yeah, I noticed that actually now that you mentioned it. Stuck out like a sore thumb to me since I first noticed and how I spread it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. That is real. I wonder why they did that.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it.
Oh, I see.
Huh? What is it? Hey, June, are you okay? I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finish the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you. Are you alright? What happened?
Can you stand?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Huh.
You're still warm.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know? Still, to fall down like that, I think she's probably still a little messed up.
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
This animation is really weird right now. Because she looks like kind of happy here, but look, we're talking about
I
her
don't
being
think it's
kind of
anything that
woozy.
serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Hatsukashi.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
What?
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think.
Suspicious.
Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
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 Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the one that did the other thing, right? What was it? They were the ones that were in charge of kidnapping all those kids a long time ago, right?
I've heard of that before somewhere.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature, a lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug.
I see.
It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed. And of course, that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, Seven, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing. What the hell is he doing? June, don't push yourself, alright?
Why is he having so
Yes.
much trouble there?
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
What are you doing? What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures. I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing. At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out? But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia? Huh. Well, he looks depressed enough to have it. Oh well. Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
Junpei hears about a disorder once, immediately starts diagnosing people who vaguely fit the symptoms. Yeah, it sounds like he'd be the kind of person who would like look up his symptoms on Google, click the first link, and then no matter what it said, he would just be like, "Oh shit, I'm dying."
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9. Yeah! Oh, they opened! What the? 9 pins? I guess I'll take them with me.
Alright. Where are the stairs? Here we go. Up we go. Let me up. Put them in here. There's 6 holes. Once you found the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. Think 2, 4, 6 should go on the top, and 3, 5, and 7. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. Wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights— oh shit. Love how they don't even make the player do the 9-box puzzle, driving home just how easy it should be. Yeah. I like how it's like it's written as a puzzle, but they don't actually let you do it. I kind of expected them to, even if it was easy, in a way, but it's the digital route. Digital route. 1 plus 4, 2 plus 4 plus 6 is 12. 3 and 3, 5, 7 is 15, so that's 6. Alright. Lights that match the digital route of the pins inserted will light up. That's how it works. The only one thing I like. If he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. 1, 2, 3 on the top, and 6, 7, 8. Oh. They turned off. 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's also 3. So, okay. So I can't do them twice. Okay, so I can't do that. Alright, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. Wanna give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figure we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? Maybe something's gotta happen if we can manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Alright. Pick one of the 6 holes, then pick one of the pins in your hand and insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all the 6 holes are filled. Alright. The goal is to turn all the lights on. All right. Oh, jeez. Okay, maybe if I can just do them in order. If I have... do... 1... Whoops. 1... 4... 5 should get me 1. To get 2, I need maybe 11. So... 2... 3... 6... Alright. To get 3, I need 12. So, 2, whoops. 2, 4, 6 is 12, 13. To get to 14, get 1, 5, 8. Oh, I got 5th. Wait. Oh, I did that wrong. Oh well. Wait, to get to 13. Oh yeah, I added up to 14 instead of 13. Whoops. Having to select the hole and the pin feels so intuitive. Yeah, I thought that I just could tap them, but oh well, it doesn't matter. They did, to be fair, they did tell me in the beginning. Alright, to get to 13, I need 6 and 7. So wait, let me think about this. To get to 6, I need 15, so 1, 3, no, 3, 4, 8. I guess, for 6, and then for 4, it should be 1, 5, 7. That should work, right? 1, 5, 7, and then 3, 4, 8. All right, and then for 7, I need to get to 6. Or I could just do, wait. I could just do 1, 2, 4, right? Then for 8, I need to get to 17. So 3, 6, 8. Cool. F. The shutter's open. Does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Got 9 holes. There's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there are 9 holes. So we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Why don't you just try it, alright? What? Oh, shoot. What? Wait, what number is at? Wait. Get up to 9. A, B, C, D, E, F. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Need to have 6. Maybe I'll think, maybe I'm overthinking it, but digital root of 6 for everything. Can I do that? Like 1, 2, 3. That's 6. I need to get to 15. 5, maybe. And then, oh, okay, it does go away if I do that. And then 5 plus 3 is 8. This one is 7. This is 6. 11, 4. Wait, does that work? 1, 5. Oh well, let's try it. Did it do anything? What am I doing? How do I do this? Right, I got that. 15. Does everything have to equal to 15? Huh? Maybe... Yeah, the digital root of 15 is 6, so I do feel like everything needs to just add up to 6. But the thing is that I don't know how to get that to... It looks like they're all connected this way too, but maybe if I just do up and down and side to side, maybe that'll be fine. Here, I'll try it with... Let me see here. Wait. 7 plus 8 is 15 plus 9 is 24, so that should be the same, right? So if I just put them all in the right way? Hmm? 1, 2, 3. If I keep these as 4, 5, 6, then maybe... Maybe if I make this 1, 6, 1, 6, 8, that makes 15. And then 7. This is 3, 5, 8. That's 15, and then this is 15. I think. What am I trying to do here? Maybe if I make everything equal to 15, can I even do that? Maybe if I rotate everything. Okay, so let's see here. 1, 9, 5, that's 15. 1, 6, that's 15. I'm going to ignore the diagonals for now. What's that? Oh, this one's out of place. 12, 16. The F up there means 15. Okay, will I gain anything from leaving this area and trying to look around some more? Or do I just have to mess around with this until I figure it out? You don't remember? Alright, I'll just try to... It says every line. Do you want to answer just thinking out loud? It's a genuine answer, just for that, whether I should look around some more or whether I should just continue to use my brain here. That's really what I'm wondering. Like, will I gain anything from leaving here to go look around and then coming back? I don't think there's anything more, but I think I looked around everywhere. It's currently the only thing I can do. Okay, I just want to make sure. Alright, let's see here. Every line needs to be 15. So I need to... Okay, I'll try to make everything 15 instead of 6. I'm just gonna do randomly for now and then I'll mess around with it later. Okay, so 9, 2, 4. No. 3. This one is 4. Or 5. This one's 5. Right? I can't do math. Alright. And then... I can't put the 8 here. The 8 has to go somewhere else. 2. I can't put the 6 here either, so 6 and 8 have to go here and here. Put 6 here. Put 8 here. Right? No. 13. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Can't do that. Okay, wait. It's 10. That's 11. That doesn't work. If I put the 5 here instead, and the 1 here, then I can put the 8, the 7. This is 12, so this is 3. There. Oh no, it's this one. This one doesn't work. And this one doesn't work either. Put the 6 here, the 8 here, and then... Well, actually, it should work. It should still work because this digital root is still 6. But whatever. Can I even do that properly? Whoops. This is what I had before. So, yeah, this is 15, this is 15, this is 15, this is 6. It's this one right here. This one is a weird one. 9, 18. Can I... No, then that's too big. I do 1, 5, 2, 4. No. This 7 needs to go here. Oh, but this 3 is still here. Hmm. And then... But then we always have this issue here. What if I do... 4? Actually, this would... Okay, and then... You're putting in pins, I'm raving, we are not the same. So true. I wish I was raving. Maybe a different digital route. If I can get to 24. So 9, 8. This is 24, right? 17, 20, yeah. Okay. And then, wait, but this is 14. No. This should all work, right? I think I'll... Yeah, that all gives me the digital root of 6 at least. But I guess it's not what it wants. 5, 6, yeah. Alright. Maybe am I overthinking this? Possibly. How do I get it up to 15? And it's always gotta be 15. Wait, no, put that back. Okay, so this has gotta be like this, right? Because these can't be in the same places. Basically. Oh, the 6 can't be in there too, either. Okay, what if I put the 9 here? 9, 8, 7, 6. I'm gonna pretend that makes sense. Okay, maybe I'm thinking too hard. It does include the diagonals, correct? Because that's what it's showing here. Well, I can certainly try to make it just like the horizontal ones, but maybe I'm overthinking it. What if I just don't overthink it for a second? Okay, that's if it's horizontal. Everything that I do, I end up with like an extra one somewhere. I always end up back to this 936 that keeps on messing with me. Shoot. Why is it so hard to get to 15? This is 11. Or we're back to this over here. This is 15, 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 this is 15. But the diagonals are not 15. Which is where I'm running into my problem. Mild hint? Sure. As long as it doesn't give me the actual answer. Just like a nudge in the correct direction. What number has the most possible ways to add to 15? Most possible ways to add to 15. Would that be what would go in the center, I'd imagine? Let me try this. What has the most possible ways to get to 15? Would be 5. Because everything else, it's you add up to 10. Oh, that makes sense. 5 would go in the middle. And then just surround it by these, maybe? Whoops. This should be a 2. Not. Oh, this would be 9, so 6. Oh, that makes it 15. Maybe I shouldn't do the 9 there. This is 13. This needs to be here. This makes it... Wait. We're back here! I'm... So instead... Maybe... I'll do 7... No. Maybe instead I'll put the 8 over here. And then put 9 here, and then put the 7 here. Maybe that'll work. Yes. Yes. There we go. Ah, thank you for the hint. That helped. All pins inserted, all lights lit. Alright, we did it. That power's on now. That took so long. Oh my god. There's electricity going on to the monitor on top now. Let's see if we can activate the device on top. Green button, a red button, and a lever. Wonder what these do. For a 3x3 magic square, there's one unique solution with all angles being 15. The only being the possible way. All potential solutions to it are rotations and reflections of the same basic 15 grid. 4x4 one jumps to 880. 5x5. Oh, Jesus! Kind of cool that there's only one solution for a 3x3 though. I'm kind of surprised that there is only one solution given that the other options give you so many. What is that? Where'd you find it? Found out while you were messing around with the pinholes. Looks like the instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. Oh. The machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Serious? Whatever, so what are you supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? You see the coffin over there on top of the crates? Yeah? Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. Alright, how do you think we're gonna get there? Well... There's some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe we make a pass to the coffin from there. How do we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. Guess it's just 1 to 0 puzzles. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Bushmaster 5000 runs off our battery, so to keep it from using its energy too fast, it's been programmed that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright. Keep that in mind. Okay. Can I do it now? It shows a top-down view. I just pulled the lever. Okay. In order to... Okay. Move it in 4 directions, and you cannot move it diagonally. Bushmaster 5000's move count exceeds the battery life, it will be reset. Okay, it cannot lift heavy objects. So it can lift the brown crates, but not the metal crates. That kind of sucks. Why would you put it with... Why would you put it with the metal crates then, besides, like, this instance? Re-input commands. Alright. Will it show me? Alright, let's give this a try. Keep in mind there's a limit on the battery, alright? The battery dies after 50 moves. So it says. Can't move the heavy metal crates. Alright. Instruction for operation. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is clicked, Pushmaster will move to that square. If there's a crate in the way, we'll push it up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. Alright. Okay, wait. So... This needs to go... Wait. Actually, I'll probably start... Man, this is just Tales of the Abyss all over again. I have to just move it into these holes right here. So... Push... If I push these together, they'll move together? I guess I can always try it. No, okay, so I can't move it. And then... So I can't move that there. Let me see here. No, wait. No, that doesn't work. So I think I gotta put this one in here, this one in here, this one in here, and this one in here. But I gotta get around all of them to do that. I wish that I could like do an undo, but oh well. Wait. I keep on doing that. Whoops. Okay. You got 51 moves last time. Should you get 52? Oh, that's nice of them. I keep on exiting and on returning on accident. Alright, let's try that again. And then move this one here. And then actually do I have enough moves? I hope so. Oh, I ran out of moves. Oh well. These crates seem very climbable. You think one next to the coffin and one next to the fence would be enough for what the characters want? Yeah, that is basically what it is. It's since it won't move otherwise, then you have to do it this way. So if I keep on like, if I need more moves, then I can always just keep on exiting, I guess. I feel like I should be able to do it in 50 though. I just did it. Funny. Because, yeah, the only way... I can't move. I'm gonna play with it a bit. Then yeah, no, I think I do basically have to do it this way. Because otherwise it won't let me through. Right. That's annoying. Hold on. You gotta stop being so stingy with your moves. What do you... You got enough power to get around the field at least 3 times. If you gives you that many moves, then you're probably gonna have to use quite a few of them, you know? It keeps on going up. So if I... I know how I want to do it anyway, so maybe I can just cheese it. There's got to be a better way to do this though, like for real, for real. Wait. Whoops. Whoops. Go across the field once you end up moving the crates into sort of cross shape, right? Yeah, true. I was just thinking moving those crates into a cross might help us get them where we need to get them. I'm not sure what we do after making a cross with them. Okay, let me try that again. Wait, shoot. I'm being inefficient. I'm being really inefficient. This one first. There, I did it in 54. I do next, just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. There's probably a better way to do that, but whatever, I did it. Did just what I told it to, lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. Alright. There we go. Wait, what's that? Is there something in this box? No.
Mummy!
Ugh.
Just kidding.
Jesus, Santa.
Really?
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay, okay.
Mommy, yeah.
A small key and
A gun!
gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
I got a gun.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
Pretty shiny, though.
This thing is... Are these real bullets? Oh, if this is real... Oh.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble.
No, you gotta take it to make sure that nobody else uses it.
It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage.
Like, even without knowing that Santa grabs it, like...
Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Leave the gun, take the bullets. Yeah, that would work too.
Me neither.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Alright. Put this key in here, and... Yay! Looks like it's open. I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. It's opening. Yay! Junpei has a whole lot of trust in these guys, considering that he just met them all. There's like...
A long hallway, huh?
There's like the option of you meet all these guys and you're fighting for your life, so you trust nobody, versus Junpei, who you meet all these guys, you're fighting for your life and you trust everyone.
Let's check it out.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started. We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
That's too easy, Santa.
It works.
I think so.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
Pretty sure Santa's disparaged people for trying doors this way. Yeah, he definitely has. He has that sort of personality. He just like, how can I make the person next to me look stupid?
I agree. Let's go. Looks like it ends here.
Only one door.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
All right, let's open it. The 9 door. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
What? A 9 door. There's another one. Why? It's 9, no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So this is a real one? Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh, man. We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1, 2, 7, 8 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9.
And also, if you take out the 9, then it doesn't matter.
Or 2, 3, 4, 9 and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple.
Interesting that both solutions, Junpei spitballs, have 5 and 6 escaping through the same door. He has just been doing that the entire time. He's just been like, how can I escape with Akane?
From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other. This game was designed for that purpose. This Nonary game.
Conveniently, the only dude that
over doors at the beginning.
the only dude that died, well, actually it's not because Snake's dead too. I keep on forgetting about that.
But if there had been one slip up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
So,
Can
what are
they
we
get
going to do,
through with
Junpei?
Snake dead?
Oh, right.
Because if Snake hadn't died, they would have been fine.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Well, you guys can't go through like this.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
Well, 3 of you
4.
can, though.
Wait.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now? No, we gotta go back.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Any other option work?
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
What?
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh? Oh, right.
That is so much funnier in English reading this as an American.
You guys.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
But even with all 7 of us,
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. Come to think of it, what is this room? We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around. Huh. It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind? Huh. A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
Hey, Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
When are they gonna tell me what this is? Let me see what's inside the coffin. I don't even get to examine it.
Look, it's...
Seven and Lotus.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What? What do you mean, gone?
When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
Huh.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
Convenient timing that the coffin doesn't stop knocking till they leave. Probably not give up until they found something, right? Yeah. And what like gets to me is that like, so I've already done, I've already gotten to the coffin before, right? I've gotten to this part before, and they have it's knocking there too, so there's something inside of it. There's somebody inside of it, but they haven't let me look at what is inside of it for like 3 streams.
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
It's me at your door. Yes, please come on in, Noelle.
Clover's gone.
When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Seven and Lotus finish each other's sentences. Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah. She's not here.
No, she isn't.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him. Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go. Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
No luck.
Seven and Lotus have totally kid who have never moved past the pulling the hair of the kid you like state of flirting energy. Yeah, kind of, you're right. I feel like more so Lotus than Seven. Seven's kind of like, I don't want to be here.
I don't think she's here.
The smell is horrible. Let's check the back, just to be sure. No, she's not here. Snake, just where did your sister go? Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted. Huh? Wait, bones.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Jumpy?
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Okay, so now Junpei knows that it's I keep on wanting to call him Jumpy because I'm used to Akane calling him Jumpy.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
Did something happen?
Clover is dead.
What?
I found her in the first class bathroom.
Clover.
Wahoo!
Why? Why did this happen? Clover. No way. Let's get out of here, June. Are you all right?
Yes. I think so.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show.
Well, they were pretty far from you, to be fair.
I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
7. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud. Follow me.
A closet?
Yeah. This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Figured it wouldn't open. Huh? This is rust. If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Huh?
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover. Behind this door. The 9th man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case. Ugh. Oh, the hell? This smell is... Oh. Oh. Wait, it's gone. His bracelet. It's gone.
I knew it. I knew that somebody took his bracelet.
It was right next to the glasses. But why?
Huh? Where'd Junpei go? Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Yeah.
Did you find something?
No, nothing.
And that was the problem. We didn't
What's
find
up?
it.
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it? Clover. What was it you wanted to show me?
I searched Clover's body again.
Oh, and her butt.
Shame. She was stabbed once in the back. And I found this.
What?
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff.
This is how you know that he's a detective.
Well, I did borrow one thing.
What? I'm opening it.
Novel mode even says that exact thing. It wasn't a lie. The fact that he hadn't found something he suspected was the problem or something like that. Yeah.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone.
Does it actually say that? Oh, okay. Technically it wasn't a lie. Yeah, you're right. He had found something in a way. In fact, that was the problem. Something he expected had been there. That's funny. Okay. I didn't even know that.
Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
7 peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body. I should have been doing this the whole time. And into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
What does it look like if it's like this? Sinister hand means... well, she had... Isn't the left hand considered the sinister hand? I think it is. I could be wrong.
Sinister
I'll go with
was
that.
a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean? Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet? There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth is gone. Maybe those 2 words. Reading them backwards. Dexterous and sinister, yeah. Ambidextrous for equally good with both. Essentially translates as both, right? Oh, okay. Dexter and sinister, yeah, okay. Oh, that makes sense, okay. Ambisinister for both left, for bad with both. Oh! That's interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't even know that ambisinister was a word, to be honest. Reading them backwards doesn't really do anything. Truth had gone. Left-handed was evil. Yeah. I don't remember where I read it. It was something similar to this part about the heraldry thing. Term used in heraldry to lead and left. That's all I knew. Switching the sentence around. What do we have here? Truth is gone. Truth had gone, and truth had gone 3 times. And now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. So truth is asleep in the left hand. So truth is asleep in the hand that they have there. Oh. Maybe what else could gone and truth mean?
Gone and truth mean?
You got that this part is crazy.
Truth of...
Oops. Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact, something that is right. Okay, so right is gone.
You could then safely assume that gone means left.
That makes sense, okay.
After someone left, they were gone.
That makes
In
sense.
this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms.
So... right had left. So right is asleep in the darkness of the left.
The truth equals right, and gone equals left. The left and right of the bracelet. these two things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. Ah! Jesus, alright. Okay, so if it's right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, 4 times? 1, 2, 3. This makes sense, yeah.
Wait, did it just...
What? Why does it go back to 1?
3, 8,
Oh.
3, 4, 2, 1.
1 for...
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Is that to get into the safe?
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Seems like such an insecure password to set a secret of the braces to. Alternating back and forth a couple times. I feel like, yeah, I feel like I would accidentally trigger that.
1,
But I guess
4, 3, 8,
if
3, 4, 2,
they don't
1.
know what it is, then it doesn't make a difference.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1 to the right, 4 to the left. And...
What if it just did that hours ago? And then you get like, then your bracelet spazzes out and you're like, what the fuck do these numbers mean? What do they mean?
Oh. Bingo. I knew it was for this. Oh, is this some sort of note? Let's see.
Fact number 1. The Nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. We figured that out. Fact number 2. Person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo, or Ace, Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nijisaki. I wonder if that's the number 9 dude. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota. Major shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagechike Musashiro. I must punish them. For the innocent lives they sacrifice, this is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0.
Huh.
You just put that into the safe.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you.
This note in a random safe you have to do all this other stuff to get the combo 2 is the only warning. Very accessible, must warning. Thanks, 0. Yeah, I know, right? 0 is such an obtuse son of a bitch.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want you to know that in the original game, in order to access this timeline, you had to click the save before leaving the bedroom to trigger this event, and guess who didn't do that years ago and had to restart the game? That's unfortunate. I think I clicked the save a couple times when I was in here.
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Okay, so I think I get the feeling that the number 9 dude was involved before. No flow, so you have to start from the 3rd class cabin and play all escape rooms. That's unfortunate, yeah.
It's 5 o'clock. We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
You were expected to remember that the save was not used in the puzzle.
Before we
God.
get started, I was hoping you could do something for me. Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Fine.
What about you, Ace?
I'm so glad
Lotus?
that they remade this so that way I don't have to go through all that. I don't think I would play this if I had to go through all that.
Very well.
Sure.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand. I knew it.
Oh, I see. So one of them has the bracelet.
Huh?
Fun fact, original draft of the story, the red was going to read the fingerprints themselves for the bracelets used for the bomb system. This would this would lead to people carrying severed hands and fingers. That is a bit much. I do have to agree. And also, it's a lot harder to hide a severed hand.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation. By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19.
One of my favorite novels in novel mode there. Santa seems especially surprised to learn he was actually someone else. Wait, I have to read that. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued. Alright. That's so funny. I'm also so glad that we are doing this to Ace, because he's the guy that I've been suspicious of since, like, 2 streams ago. If you're Santa and I'm Junpei, who's driving the ship, right?
1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1.
Bro, Santa's so funny, yeah.
The 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Wait, I missed some of that. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital root would be 1. 4 of us just opened 3. You can't possibly be Santa. It's 5, right? Bracelet numbers.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5. Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was.
Oh, he's proving his...
I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face.
Well, I don't know if I would say that, but, like... it'd be more like... If you're not Santa because all this time you have been saying Junpei, and you're like... I don't know. The fuck you talking about? You lied to him. Then, yeah, same. Just like, you don't have his face. It's like... It's more like... Like, just like, don't mess with me. Like, you're obviously him. You're, like, you've been saying that you're Junpei this whole time. Why would you think that it would be elsewhere? Though, admittedly, like, even putting that aside, Ace's, what's it called? Ace's response is strange. Most people wouldn't talk about the bracelet. They would just be like, what are you talking about?
You have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Prosopagnosia?
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
Thanks, Lotus.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up...
Now the prosopagnosia is confirmed, one of my favorite foreshadows in the game. When initially looking for Snake, you can run into Ace. Junpei will ask if Jun and Ace think they're really siblings, which will take Ace off guard. Junpei will explain they look nothing alike, which Ace deflects, saying many siblings don't, which fair, but the game knows that Ace tenses up at the question. Oh, the novel? That's cool, yeah, actually, yeah, now that you mention it.
Is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
What do you mean?
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us. Then you, Ace, said, "I'll stay here." Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really.
Junpei thinks it in the voice thought style. Yeah. That's probably true. I feel like I didn't even realize how, like, different these two, like, modes were. It is a lot easier to read, this version, though, the adventure version. Because having it, like, glowing over their faces,
You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but...
A narrator has a fondness for using food metaphors for dead bodies. That's so weird, actually.
Please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the distance at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
That's one advantage the DS version has, which essentially became novel, was narration on the bottom screen. Oh yeah, that is a lot easier to look at, I can imagine. It'd be kind of nice if they had, like, split screen the whole thing. Kind of like a DS. I feel like that would be not bad to look at, but I understand why they would make it, like, full screen.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Bleeding was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. Thank you for this very detailed explanation of Junpei picking wax out of his ears.
Oh well, that's cool. I still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
Pulling the prejudice card, huh?
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't
I put it
Snake's...
together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him.
Imagine if it's just a very realistic prosthetic with supports that look like bones. Yeah. I feel like they do stuff like that now? I don't think so. It's still like they're still working on like prosthetic technology, and I don't think that they have that sort of thing. They have like very realistic prosthetics that look like on the outside, but on the inside it's always going to be like metal or something.
Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, I guess he's the CEO.
So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace
What's the
spoke.
past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people: Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met
It's the
Junpei's.
message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly,
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking. His voice was full of fury, tinged with
That
desperation.
paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
The one that kidnapped children
Or am
9
I
years ago.
mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face and he realized what he'd done. His eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all,
First of all, Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Because you...
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight, his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it?
Yo, I pegged him. I got him, like, way back when. I've been suspicious of Ace since I think he, while I was thinking about, because this was before the stream, I think back when we were in the hospital room for the first time, I was thinking about who could have killed Snake, and I was thinking like, who can go through the number 3 door? And then I was thinking like, wait, we could have taken the 9 bracelet. Somebody could have taken the 9 bracelet, and they could have done it with Snake. And the only person that could have done that with the 9 bracelet and just himself is Ace. Yo.
Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 + 2 + 9 is 12. 1 + 2 is 3.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twisting like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, 7?
Right, 7?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
7 cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. That like slides it away. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. You think the name Cradle Pharmaceuticals is itching at the back of Seven's mind? Oh yeah, absolutely. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Haha, that face. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B-deck.
That switch from righteous indignation to defeated old man to revealed sociopath is so good, yeah. Yeah, the expressions are actually quite good. His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
Thank you for that.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me.
Yeah, that's all the situation is within the rules. Yeah, for the nonary game, though, it's definitely a game changer.
The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and Snake. He turned around.
Who is this?
He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake.
He's the worst part about, like, any CEO.
I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me? Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened.
The contrast between the original fake flashback of Snake desperately trying to verify on the dead versus the reveal is apparently just a dazed guy who wandered over to it is always hilarious to me. Yeah, that's true. He was kind of... Yeah, I wonder, who is this guy?
After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed and spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
Because she was also involved in the games.
Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Oh, the door 1 was the zero bracelet. 7 and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
They're like, forget about us.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the 2 of you could find it.
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate, and at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster. Poor Clover.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. He felt guilt or remorse. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Clover really doesn't have much life with the knife, does she? First, 9 takes her hostage with her at the beginning of the game, and then later, Ace finishes the job. Yeah, that knife is just a omen of death for her. It's just bad. Everything is bad about it. Poor Clover, actually. She just does not have a good time in this entire story. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and Jun's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room? If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the Red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them. For the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, Seven, Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person.
Snake.
Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
Don't they need to be like, they need to, it was like 5 o'clock when they started this, wasn't it? Like, don't they need to be getting the fuck out of here? He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover?
If Snake's watching you, he's been lying about a lot to everyone, including that is true. That is true. He can't watch much of anything. Personally, my current running theory is that he's the one that's in the coffin. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong?
You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw, but someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
Ew. I don't like that tone of voice. He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. Bad! Ah! It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger.
Ace's logic seems tenuous. Like, let's say we accept the you just met her excuse. Why not kill Ace as well then, since you just met him too? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the logic of a sociopath, I guess. He has no connection to them, so... This game does a good job of showing that CEOs are evil. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking this entire time. I'm just like, man, this dude is a CEO and he's not making anything look good with it for him. Down with capitalism, absolutely.
I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you!
I did not see that one coming. I thought that he was talking about Zero.
Please get me out of here! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
I had 4 reasons for killing him.
1.
As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
Okay, valid. 2. The 9th man is one of the people who made the original nunnery game. Yeah, I was just kind of assuming that he was one of the ones that was listed in that document from the safe.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
4.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at
I don't
him.
get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at
On
Ace.
the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed, I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed a short, derisive snort and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look. That is too many ings altogether. Should have taken the balls. I know, right? They really should have done... Junpei really should have done something. Whatever. Oh well.
There isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Oh, he's going to the 9
Do
door.
I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet. And now I have Lotus.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away! But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. Wait, so we have 5, 3, 8, 6, 14, 21. Ah, he can only get through 3. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Always wondered why the 9 bracelet doesn't start beeping from being taken through an Ember door without verifying. I guess since the bomb head's gone off, the detonator part is disabled, but scanning still works. Yeah, I guess so. That would make sense, I guess. They probably didn't think that far through, but also they may have predicted that people may start killing each other in order to just use their bracelets. Ace had reached the
Now,
exit.
Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others left for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. I like how this is the exact same like graphic from when she fainted back in the engine room, but now Santa is here. Also, Santa has gigantic hands. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. Well, she's probably pretty stressed out after all that. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
Okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
I know the novel makes it clear she's looking at Junpei, but I've seen people interpret that as talking to the person holding her, which led to some funny improv where the player's like, no, June, we didn't actually switch. That was to trick Ace. I like that. Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Go.
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do?
Do you hear the pounding of somebody in the coffin?
Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there it is! There was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
Actually, though.
I forget.
Who did say that?
Anyway, we've got to try.
Junpei and Seven left with the coffin. They grabbed a hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See?
See?
I tell you, if you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do? Junpei wondered.
There's some sort of clue somewhere.
Oh, we're back to this viewpoint. They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try.
Yeah,
The only
actually.
necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
I do love that trope as well. Also, Junpei, in the time that you've been arguing with him, you could have just put it in. Perhaps because he repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind. Quickly, he typed them in. He checked the heater entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment. There it is.
You gotta be kidding me.
What if it's a bomb that only starts counting down when the wrong answer was entered? Yeah, I know, right? I was like, there are, in this sort of game, I feel like there are a lot of ways that things could have gone wrong. There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken.
One sibling dies when it returns from the grave, law of equivalent in chains. Yeah, that really sucks, though. Oh, but actually, then, if I go back to the other one, then everybody's alive. That means that everybody can leave.
Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything.
Yo, if he's dressed up like this, he looks like fucking Yaoto and Gaku. Like the way, oh man, this outfit is definitely something on him. Noel's not even here. Like, I think he went to sleep. His outfit, this outfit on him is just so funny looking. Oh man, looks like a cultist. Yeah, he does look like a cultist. You're right.
Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one other thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. A fun, possibly joke answer in the Q&A mentioned that apparently neither Snake nor Clover wear underwear due to custom in their family. So whoever changed them may have gotten that is a weird, like, factoid, but that is really funny. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that Nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
He's probably one of the guys that's related to, like, probably him, Number 9, and Ace are all part of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
Bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, I'm gonna call it, I know a great many things, but no. They stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Surely enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What?
What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
The 0? He finally found the pocket he wanted and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 + 2 + 0 = 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding.
It's very funny to me, Seven, but very, very rude to the people that you're with.
Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 + 2 + 0 = 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually zero.
Huh?
What? That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combinations. Let's see here. So if Snake and Junpei works, then that would make it a 2. Snake plus... If it's Junpei and 7, that'd be 12. It'd have to be a 6. And then if it's Snake, Junpei, 7, so it's 2, 7, 14. That would be a 5. So let's try this one.
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet.
On one hand, it's kind of shitty for that they don't tell them about Clover. On the other hand, we saw she just broke from the knowledge about Snake, and Snake being like that wouldn't help anyone now. Yeah, it would definitely be. I mean, it's hard news to tell somebody to begin with, but also, yeah, it definitely wouldn't help anybody if he just broke down like she did. Though his personality seems like he wouldn't, but who knows? Junpei plus 7 or equals 5 plus 7 equals 12. It's 3.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scan in their bracelets. Ha ha ha, I knew I guessed right.
It opened.
There's something suspicious about Akane in general that I don't really know how to like, I can't produce any evidence for it, but up until now I've been very weird about her. I felt very like strange vibes from her.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6. But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
So 0 is Akane. Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard a creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Junpei, 7, and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, 7 spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Okay, actually, I wondered if people could do that, if they were able to just like dislocate their bones in order to get through. I imagine they left it at last resort and didn't elaborate any further. Yeah. That would be so funny. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so... How had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
So many adventure-only players assume Snake just takes off the whole arm, crushing the bones in his hand is so much cool. Yeah. Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
Yo, Snake is actually the most powerful player in this entire game. He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Jinpei. Wait, actually, how many is that? Because they have Santa, June, Seven, Junpei, and then the extra bracelet, and then Snake, who isn't using his bracelet. They could have gotten through with all of them. Why didn't they go back to go get Santa and June? They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
No time boat sinking. I guess. They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
That door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read Incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Oh, I missed you, Snake. I have missed you so much. Jinpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. Perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought. So this really is the 3-9 doors game. Yeah.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command.
Oh god.
Has been acknowledged.
Oh god.
Automatic incineration will take place in
9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Yeah, and there's 3 9s.
9 minutes.
Oh god.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake. After all this, it's so funny that he's just like, oh man, it's me. Incinerator announcer was in English in the original Japanese as well, so Snake repeating theirs likely translates so everyone's on the same page. In case not everyone knows English as well as he does. That's cool, okay. I'm glad that Snake knows English.
Snake? Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm Quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his
If you
teeth.
don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
Oh
What?
god, this is how he finds out. That's the worst.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Junpei felt his chest tightened.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally, I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake.
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen
What
to him.
happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
Whoops. The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter?
His eyes opening here, damn.
I killed her.
Blind guy opening eyes for dramatic moment is always a fun trope, absolutely. Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Jesus.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me.
Doing it to survive, sure, I can kind of get that. Gloating about it to her brother, though, is way too far. Absolutely, yeah, it is way... It's so much that he's doing this to him. He's just reveling in that, and it's just awful.
Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake! Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Does Snake realize that Ace has Lotus at gunpoint?
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake! Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake's been established to basically echolocate, so probably knows. Yeah. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Oh no. Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the
I
gun.
need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
1 + 8 + 9 equals...
Quickly
yeah.
now.
Quickly now.
I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor. Wow, that is a choice of words.
It would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven.
Damn.
I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well,
Death number.
it looks as though our time together is at an end.
He doesn't really like Seven. Yeah, he doesn't like Seven because Seven also, he was one of the ones that, he was in the last Nonary game, sort of, right? Because he was, he accidentally fell into it, essentially. And was probably part of what brought it down. Oh yeah, that's true, he doesn't know that.
I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh. Then it happened.
Kill you.
Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward 1 step closer to Ace, then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
Kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me. I said, don't come any closer. Shit! You bastard!
He didn't hit him in the heart. Not gonna die that way. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times, the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. There go your 5 bullets, Ace. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
But Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. 1 bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg,
You won't get away.
and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
Oh yeah, it's true. He is using his left hand there. He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once Snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
Snake has ensnared its prey line is extremely high on my list of favorites. Even zoomed through the game with the camera translator in Japanese, check it there. Basically the same, just not a pun, since his name's Nils there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm trying to think. Nils? Based on Niels, right? That's what we went with. I'm trying to think about what it would be. It is cool that they chose that as his name for Snake Eyes.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
Immediately tries to use the money.
You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that.
What do you mean because of you?
Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed away the blood. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller, and then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace, or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, a larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his side and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! Snake! Snake!
Yeah, this really puts into perspective just how big Seven is.
Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds.
Get him out of there, Snake. Seven. Get him out of there.
7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down. Beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in its stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this!
I don't know, man. I think you kind of do.
Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why?
I don't deserve this flashback to killing Clover, bragging to Snake about it, trying to kill Snake, kidnapping children to experiment on. Yeah, right. Well, he has no remorse. He's an absolute sociopath. So he doesn't. In his mind, he doesn't deserve it.
Why? Zero! Zero! Zero!
Rest in pieces. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, if not for the hand she put up against the wall. Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stood at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door in the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence and stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it and the door opened. How very convenient. Junpei was in the large hospital room. That is very convenient.
Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Where would they be? In the 9 room? Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing, but there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June! No, codenames didn't matter anymore. She was Connie. Well, Akane.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. This is what I've been thinking about for a while. Knowing that, thanks to, like, since I've already done this route, knowing that, Santa, holds Jin hostage later, in order to get through the door, and, since he said that his sister died 9 years ago, if that was right? Or did he say 9 years ago? I was wondering if she had something, if she was part of the last Nonary games. And if she was the one that says, I believe a couple of them passed away in the last one, didn't they? As he looked down at her body lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently lifted her up.
Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. The nameplates update to what Junpei decides to call people, yeah. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold, very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No,
No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am gonna save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much. Oh, for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. Oh, I see.
What the hell are you talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Kane. Why?
Because you chose the wrong path.
The wrong path?
That is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it goes.
What are you talking about?
No, it's not. The loser has been decided.
I told you! I am not gonna lose!
No, you misunderstand. You have lost. I have lost.
What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before he heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
Yeah, that's like that's really powerful. You must understand. You haven't lost. I have lost. She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and left for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. But she was gone.
Connie?
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more, but there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is...
Oh, it's,
white smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Of course it was 9 seconds. What other number would it be? Right? Yeah, it was like, 9. Miyuki-sama. Oh, Sakurai is in here? I forgot about that. That's also why I'm using the English dub. Okay, so now I gotta figure out how to get that other route, and then I can go finish off the last one. Wow, that took a while, actually. I kind of didn't expect it to take that long. It took me 3.5 hours to get to another ending. mean, granted, I think I added a lot of time because I started doing the novel version. But I don't regret that. Oh, okay, I can skip through it. The end, or is it? Achievement unlocked. Chance of loss is not 0. That's a pretty major ending, so it takes a while. Yeah, that makes sense. Seek a way out. Alright. Yes, please. Yes. Alright. How do I get here? Leave no one behind. The other current, yeah.
Look, it's...
Seven and Lotus.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
Oh, okay, so...
What? What do you mean?
What do I
when?
get from here? This will just veer left again with the Septifit.
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Oh, okay, so where do I have to go? Would I have to be up over here? So I wanted to go this way. How do I get that one? Do I have to like... Whoops. Do I have to like have it go down a different way? So right now it's going this way. So do I have to make it go down a different way? Relock both red and white locks. Jump back to the bookmark scene. Don't take the bookmark. And that should set you up to rewrite both ways. Where is that? Where is the bookmark scene? I don't remember where that is. First one on the left split. This one? Can jump straight to the plate on the shelf convo. Where's the plate on the listen, I first played this almost a month ago, so I don't remember this part. Oh, here we go. Plate on. Oh, I didn't realize that I could jump this, like,
hey, Junpei.
quickly.
Here, take this.
Click the escape room below that, then once more to zoom one further.
A bookmark? What is this for? Do you want me to read a book?
I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway.
Then why don't you hold on to it?
You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Hope, faith, love, and luck.
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
And you hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Not really, but what does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Can double track control. Oh, that's nice, okay.
Thanks,
Alright.
but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know?
Wow, Junpei! Of all the reasons to not take it.
Wow.
You are so painfully straight.
Guess you do have a point. I won't force it on you. Sure you don't want it?
I don't want it.
I don't want it. Why don't you give it to Lotus?
Oh. Good idea. Will do. Hey, you old bag. I just found the perfect thing for a woman in her 40s.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Alright. And then I can... Whoops.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes.
Let me see your forehead.
Ah!
Guess it really has gone down.
How do I... Do I need to... Oh, I guess it doesn't really...
Hey, come on.
By the way, Jumpy... Don't worry.
How do I get out? There we go. Alright, now I can go down this way. Right? Yeah, that's weird. So I can go back down to here? Or can I just go straight down here? Alright, awesome.
Look, it's...
Seven and Lotus.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What?
When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover.
There we go.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
There's no sign of her. Let's go. All right, I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that.
Jumpy.
No, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Kane.
You be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
Context for what changes in this timeline, you never hear about Snake's sinister hand. And so this leads to you not going to the shower to check for her. Oh, okay. Weird. Oh, okay, so then Clover doesn't die. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it, but to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a darker place. June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. Oh god. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin, smooth and pale as always. Oh my god. Was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. Oh, so here instead Ace takes her... her bracelet. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless, hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk towards Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, though clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife, then? Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. Junpei, you saw her alive like 5 minutes ago. You can't get much more recent than that, yeah. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. More hardly, which is 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine of the ship, or the backside of the mirror's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Oh yeah, so in this timeline, Junpei doesn't realize that Ace is the killer. Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from number 8 bracelet? Thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when... Ah, I see. I heard a noise, a sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body went entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, nor sadness, nor regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. The killer glanced down at his body. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade, the world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell, into 0. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Oh wow. So he just gets killed. That is definitely a bad end. Cut and run. This and sub-end don't definitively say anything because mystery, but you get enough info to figure out the mystery killers in both. Yeah. Yes, save. Alright, where are we now? Oh, okay, so this is also a bad end, right? This one right here, and then I have to go through here to get the good end, right? Awesome.
All right, let's go. That's the next door.
Wait, a piece of paper. This is... Map of the ship's interior for ADEC.
What's wrong?
I found a map for this floor.
I see.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I should keep this, though. Hey, where's Clover? Damn it, what the hell is she up to? Clover!
Huh?
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? What the hell is that?
What? What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is...
Junpei never gives Clover the clover, no spark of trust to start bonding, no talk of experiments, both real and in thought. No discussion of who could have killed Snake, no foot in mouth, accidentally revealing Snake probably isn't dead. Okay, and then I'm guessing that she has the Zero bracelet.
I wonder...
Which we knew from the other round.
What the hell?
Come on, we gotta hurry.
Huh? Clover, what's that on your back? A stick. Hey, Clover! What the hell's that thing on your back? Is she ignoring me? For crying out loud. The big stairs. Huh. So this is where it ends up, just like it says on the map. Ace, did he head down? Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
Really?
Let's join them. Jumpy, Clover!
What's up?
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
What?
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
Well, if that's the case...
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
Yeah, it's finally time. We've reached the end. But something.
What other it would it be this excited about in this situation? To be fair, it could be anything. I'll give him that. Junpei is so perceptive, but also so dumb. I don't know what to think about him sometimes. I forgot to change it back to novel mode.
7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Let's go, Jumpy!
Oh, I got to read something. Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie. June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. They were quiet for a while until... They had just reached C-Deck when Clover spoke.
Hey, what about door 2?
Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. 7 spoke.
What about door 2?
Door 2 is the only one we didn't... We haven't gone through it, I mean.
Yes, that is true.
Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean?
So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors.
What's the point? Huh? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, right? Then we should do what we have to do before we go any further.
That's reasonable.
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know?
That's true. That's what I do whenever I try to do puzzles.
Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out. Huh. I don't know what might be in there. We may not find anything. But don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys?
Yeah, you do have a point.
The others nodded in agreement.
Last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look.
You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2.
They were back in front of the elevator. Nearby was a large hospital
The
room.
elevator can take us down to door 2.
Who shall go then?
Let's see.
Me. I'm going.
Then June, 7, and I need to go with her.
Hey, why do you get to...
I don't mind. We'd only waste time arguing over it.
Jumpy, I'm okay too.
See?
Can we just go now?
Fine.
One thing with jigsaw puzzles, companies will often reuse the same cutting stencils instead of coming up with new ones every time, which fair. Can use that to create interesting hybrid images using pieces from multiple puzzles like a train with horse leg. That's funny. Okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that. Granted, like that's fun, but I definitely find a lot of the enjoyment in being able to see the full picture at the end. I do want to see that I do want to see that like at least once though.
All right, let's get going.
I'll see you later.
Okay, be careful.
They climbed into the elevator, and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. Oh no. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke.
Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me?
Go with you? Well, I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you?
That wasn't what I meant to... I was hoping you would come with me.
Seriously, though. I was kidding.
Oh my god.
So, where was it you wanted to take me?
There's something I wanted to show you.
Hey man, what the hell? I'm not important enough?
Come with me isn't any better phrasing. Yeah, it really isn't.
Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you.
Really?
Of course.
So he's a little more covert in this route.
Fine, do whatever you want.
Thanks, Junpei. Are you coming, Lotus?
Fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go and see whatever it is you think is so important.
Thank you. Well then, shall we go?
Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. They disappeared into the hallway on the left. Time seemed to drag as Junpei waited for the others to return.
They're so slow. And what's keeping Ace and Lotus?
Suddenly, the elevator opened. A single person stood there.
Clover. I guess you're the first one back.
It was only Clover inside. He didn't see the rest. She looked at Junpei, then slowly, purposefully stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her.
Where's everybody else? What happened?
She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on Junpei.
Where are Ace and Lotus?
Hmm? Oh, Ace said he wanted to show Lotus something, so they went into that hallway.
Junpei explained what had happened.
Oh, then they went over there?
Her voice was small and timid.
Yeah, I think so.
He repeated his earlier question.
So where are June, Santa, and Seven? Why aren't they with you?
You really want to know?
There was something wrong with her smile.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Here, let me show you.
Oh god. Clover pulled something out of her pocket and tossed it onto the floor at Junpei's feet.
Huh?
He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings.
Bracelets.
Excuse me?
God. Oh, holy shit.
Junpei collapsed.
No. No way. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real.
Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest and his hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat there on the floor before him. He could see the numbers on their faces.
3, 7.
And
6.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from this ship. 2, more Hartley reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine of the ship, or the backside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down.
But why?
Junpei's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold.
Revenge for my brother.
Oh, I see.
He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven. That's That's why I killed them.
Oh my god. Okay, that makes sense. I completely forgot about that this was an option.
But why?
Like, Neo Man, for context, like, way back when it first happened, I had already, like, kind of put it into my head that Ace was the one that did it. And so I, like, completely disregarded the option that it was Santa in 7. So I completely forgot that that was an option.
Why did you kill June?
Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die, too.
How'd you kill them?
No.
You're a tiny little thing. How'd you do it?
No. No.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah. I knew that it was those three options, and then, like, at the time, I kind of had the idea that, like, Ace had definitely gotten the bracelet somewhere or another. So, and yeah, it wasn't 4-6. Because, yeah, it wasn't Clover. So the only option was 3-7. At least from their point of view, anyway. Since they didn't think that 9 was there either. He felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. Her smile was wrong, horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human.
Let's go.
Her hand reached out toward him.
Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship.
What the hell are you talking about?
I still want to know how you managed to kill them. Like, 7 is gigantic.
To open a numbered door, you...
Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people.
But she has the 0 bracelet.
As long as we have this.
Once again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0.
0 bracelet.
Oh, but the 0 doesn't work as a 0.
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us. See? So let's go.
Yeah, it's true. Like, they'll figure it out by when they get there, but...
Come on. Hurry up.
She shoved out her hand again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon, but there was something else. There was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love.
Junpei.
Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep, so deep Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There was something oddly bewitching about her. His mind was beginning to crack and his heart began to melt.
Junpei.
What the hell? The hand she was offering him, it looked so soft, so inviting. Yandere Clover's still kind of cute. Yeah, it almost like... Yeah, she is kind of inviting, but also, like, the instant... Junpei's, like, instant switch to, oh, actually, I'm okay with her.
Clover.
Junpei reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over hers. Holy shit! Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. Oh, she took the axe too. I forgot that there was an axe there. Always impressed Clover could take out a mountain of a man like 7 even with an axe. See, since you've seen what happens to 7 behind door 2 in another timeline, I assume something similar happens here. Memories get triggered. She takes advantage of the confusion when he's under the bed. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that would make sense. I am very impressed that she manages to take him out. Probably, like, one really good whack to the head probably would just take him out. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody, then screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movements slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He could no longer feel pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded to nothingness, he saw Clover.
Thanks, Junpei.
Oh, I didn't know that she wore heels. Actually, this is a very good image. I like this image.
I'm just gonna borrow this, okay?
Her smile was cold. What was left of Junpei's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Damn. Come on, Clover, why take Junpei's hand? Let me ask you a question! These achievements are killing me! Alright. Let's fucking go. Alright, I got this. I got this. This is how we all survive. Can you believe that was the first option that I got? This one was the first option, and then they were like, "You can't be here," and then kicked me back out to the start. What with Flashlight Clover there? Yeah. This is why Snake has to be alive.
God. June.
Crazy that I picked this route originally, yeah. I basically tried to interact with as many characters as I could, and it somehow landed me here.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
What the hell is that?
Imagine getting Coffin before Safe on the DS with no flow and having to play from the third class cabinet here again. Yeah, that just sounds awful.
Shh, quiet.
And so we get to be reunited with Snake. Oh, wait. This one. The three of them listen, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and Seven grab a hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with the little purpose they could find and pulled with all their strength.
Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
Okay, and in this one, we don't know the password, right? Or, yeah. The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that.
But she has the answer.
But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
We couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and Seven investigated the desks, but they turned up nothing.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. There wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
The world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice.
Wow, we were actually doing this. Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them.
Huh?
If he told them he heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was...
Nothing.
He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei. He pressed the buttons. This one. Right? Yeah. That was it. Okay, my question becomes, shouldn't Clover have the correct answer? I'm just thinking about it. I'm just like, how do you... Right, yeah, Clover has the note in this timeline, but it doesn't come up. Yeah, that would make sense. Instead, they just have us... Basically, you can't get this without the player having completed this, but in actuality, they should be able to have like an in-universe explanation for everything here. Eight numbers blinked on and then off on the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. Does this have any meaning?
4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
Is there significance to this number? Or like have Ace find the note instead? Yeah, that would make sense. Oh, okay, there'd be spoilers. All right, I'll wait until the end then.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those...
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget.
1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1.
With trembling fingers, he punched them in. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of a coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
No way!
What?
Why are you...
There he is.
Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake! You? Why?
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you?
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask.
Jeez.
Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she slipped into Snake's arms.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back!
I love the Clover hug CGs. This one, the one back in the Captain Silver's. However, Handy's super confused, like what's happening. They're both so nice. Clover has really good CGs. Like they draw her so nicely. It's like it's all the hair. Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're really here!
Her voice was happy but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
on now. What's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though. You did. I really thought you were dead.
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister, even though Jinpei knew they had little time and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted. It felt cruel to pull them apart. Jinpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours.
Yeah.
Jinpei nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
Thanks, Seven. He's so chill about that.
I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X.
I like how we
Anyway, this
continue with Mr.
wearing
X.
Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X.
Guy X from the other timeline. Mr. X, we think of Resident Evil. Oh god, not that Mr. X.
We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was...
Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Jinpei crossed his arms and thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He'd had no answer for him then, and he still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago.
Was that Santa's sister?
And a girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game.
Whatever strange thing was happening to Jinpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Jinpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together, and the point connecting the dots...
Zero. He's the ringleader. The person who trap 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
All you guys
Isn't that
together.
obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
All of you are together now.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they snipped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red, and asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right, you guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Damn, we're too short. I'll sacrifice himself. Here, have a 2. 7, visible confusion. Yeah, I know, right? Junpei paused for a moment.
Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Junpei looked directly into 7's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
9.
Okay. 7 pulled down on the lever and the door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So? We knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up.
Kinda obvious.
Useful sometime.
I love Clover's blush sprite here. I robbed a dead guy. She's kind of insane. Like, the more that I think about it. She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet. Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Honestly, you could just have all 4 of you press that. I'm pretty sure.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, the door didn't open. The red's display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
I wonder if Guy X's 2 equivalent bracelets still worked. Face on it was shattered, but who knows what bit actually got scanned. Imagine if they just grabbed that one and didn't find Snake. Oh yeah, I don't know. That's a good point. Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
That's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a 3rd asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Junpei scanned the bracelets with this combination. Oh shit. Okay, it's gotta be it's a 6. We know it's a 6 already. So it's gotta be we're getting to 9, right? So it's 6 plus so I need to have a 3, so it should be Junpei and 7? Right? No. Yeah. It should be Junpei and 7. Here we go.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Hey, it opened! The door opened!
Suspicious.
Why? What does that mean?
Both Seven and Clover seemed rather shaken as they turned to look at Junpei for answers. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you for adding that in there. I hate trying to do the math for the extra, what's it called, like the letter combinations. Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Junpei leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake?
Oh yeah, they wouldn't work out. So if this was a 9, then it would be 9, 12, 17, 25. And that would be 7.
And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Oh.
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
Why is Clover always borrowing Junpei's notebook? Did she not get one of her own in her own third-class cabin? Did she give it to Snake for some reason? They woke up together, and then he in turn put it in his jacket so Gaiax has it. Typo in the final door. Yeah, you're right. They probably got mixed up because it said 4-door. Accidentally knocked into my mic arm.
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing?
They're
the
working
answer
together.
is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number. 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a... Oh, so all of his numbers are 0.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Oh, okay.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0, if my hypothesis is correct.
Oh, okay, so Akane is in the clear at least. Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
No comment if he's correct or not, but Snake's got some interesting logic there. I find it unlikely there are 2 6s. I find it much more likely there's no 3, 2 9s, and still 2 2s. Since 9 must be 9 equivalent and Guy X must be 2. That's true. That's true. Okay, I didn't think about that. That's funny. Door 9 opened, they left through.
Oh, it's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped. After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them.
All right, let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship.
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned down and looked over the side.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door. There was a symbol engraved above the keyhole. Looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. This is Neptune, isn't it? Snake traced the shape with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol.
Nice.
There must be a key around here somewhere.
You know, I don't know these things. I just guessed them based on, like, mythology and shit. So I was like, oh, it's a trident. It's gotta be Neptune.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly, he wasn't going to open this
It's a
door.
different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and
Yes,
go
thank
back
you,
for
Clover.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they'd come.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
The symbol was engraved onto the card reader.
The Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slipped the card through the reader. It beeped once and the light on it turned green. The thing where you slip it past the latch like a credit card, that would be kind of cool. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
Oh, here's the
so many.
library.
I don't know where to look.
Here's the library that they were looking at a long time ago. It looked remarkably like a library, not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
Right. If we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
And there's a lot of books. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. It'd be hilarious if there was a door actually like that, a knob door marked with a symbol that the only key you have if it is a card type. Simple, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this would be here. That would be great. Oh, I actually do need to seek a way out? Oh god. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. The theory of evolution. Heck, I know this one. It's that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species, and in it he put forward his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Mother Nature. That's some sort of book about hippie chicks. Probably not. Except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? Introduction to geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth even when you're on the ocean. Kind of romantic in a way, I guess. Theories of the Cambrian explosion? Did a bomb go off somewhere near someone called Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Oh my god. Why did mankind... There's so many books! Junpei, do you know what this one's about? Why are you asking me? Seven's got some interesting taste. Can you do me a favor and check the flow? Sure. Hippie chicks, mannequins, hot orphans. Oh, I can't... Why are you asking me? Wait, give me a second. I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh? Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? Have you talked to Snake at all? Holy shit! I did not expect there to be this much. Oh well. This is fine. I don't have to be anywhere tomorrow. Micrographia, huh? Ah, yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. How many places can I go for this? And other things too small to be seen in detail, but he then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and put in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Okay, so wait, I clicked over here. It's got some weird stuff. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? Not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazred. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead. Remember I did show the surprise when you were surprised with the escape room. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, Neil, man, because the only other person that I know of that's actually played through the whole game is Noel, and Noel's not here right now because he has to go to work tomorrow. Unlike me. Used in the creation... Okay. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff. How many of these books do I have to read? Okay, so I did that. I was down here before. How many options do I have? Are there... Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like this shelf's all science and technology. Okay, so this one is actually important. This book is called Mind Swap. You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? What the hell? Like I'd even want to swap bodies with a brat like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were! Shut up! Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Oh, we already did this one. Teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? I think Junpei was imagining Junpei as Clover or Seven as Clover. Probably Seven as Clover. He seems like that kind of dude. Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does it mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. A Judas tree? It's a tree? I thought it was just that a rabbit lived on a moon. Oh well. I want to check something. Okay. I've been here for 4.5 hours. I wanted to check my messages to see if I had anything that people wanted to say to me. Ugh. 7 and Clover swap would be hilarious. Like Clover trying to pick something up and not knowing how to control the muscles, just absolutely tossing across the room, and 7 forgetting he's a little tiny girl. Yeah. Okay. What's this? There's a note on the table. Lights to the books. Huh? What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Oh, this is actually... No, Snake was with me in the first room if I went through the 4 door. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next. They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness, rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes, but that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the dark, you might say. Handrails made of metal. There's no handrail in the engine room, but there's handrails in the library. Alright. Which one did I... It was this one. Alright, what's this? What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. What if we, like, switch them around? If we move them around, maybe they spell something. Oh, I get it. Heck yeah, it's worth a shot. I want this one to be here. I want this to be here. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Oh, thanks! Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. That was a piece of cake. Hooray, you did it, Jinpei! Guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Cool! Is there anything else around here? Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too. This list is cosmic inflation. Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional space-time. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of relative reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. Thanks. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place. Knock it off with the science voodoo stuff. Are you trying to put me to sleep? Theory of general relativity, huh? Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right? Quantum gravity. 7, do you have any idea what this is? How about you start by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Oh man, all that's here is Faraday's laws of electrolysis. I believe that's going to be about electrolysis in an electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. Alright. I like how much flavor text there is. Okay, I think that was everything. Let's go down. Dadkind? Owen? Lieberniz? Sheldrake? Isn't Sheldrake... Got the volume number. Dadkind. Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Lieberniz? This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete work or something? I've never heard of it. Well, Snake doesn't know what it is. I don't think we'll ever know. Algebraic number theory, math, huh? Another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory or an analytical number theory or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? I love seeing Clover back to her usual happy jumpy self. He gets Scott after that, so there's no other chances until now. Yeah. I love seeing depressed Clover was 100% understandable, which makes it even better. Yeah, I like this group. This is a very fun group because Snake is fun. I love Snake. I think he's my favorite. And then like Clover is all happy and jumpy and whatnot, and then like Junpei is Junpei, and then 7 is just he's a lovely guy. I like him a lot. He's so sweet. He doesn't do anything wrong, I feel like. Number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. A wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. Oh my god, okay. This one's called Goldbach's Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? The amount that they're talking! The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. That's a weird book, Jinpei. Indian mathematics. Haha, that's funny. Why is that funny? Why is that funny? It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize with a Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no, there are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication. What? What? Wait. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Whoa, what? I'm not gonna question what that is. Modern Japanese literature, huh? Picture book. Here, looks like an old folk tale. Don't you think it's a little weird that this book's the only picture book? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. Oh, thanks. Tales of Old Japan. Got a kendama on it. What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore. Looks like there's a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Agricultural and historical organizations in folklore. Let's see what we've got here. So many books. I wonder what this one's. Whoa, what's this? Warm? Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with this sappy stuff? How? What? There are dim lights on the floor. The dim lights are set at 3 points across the floor. Hey, didn't we find some sort of really powerful... Why don't you put it into one of these lights? Okay. There are 3 lights. It means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3. We need 3, huh? Oh, geez. Okay. This bookshelf has sort of a glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there's only 6 books in it. That seems kind of weird. Looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it, though. The glass is all foggy. Okay, so I have to unlock it somehow. Awesome, there's a lock. Yep, won't budge. Alright. The iron plate is bolted down. Don't think that's a door. I think it's just a wall. Books here in all sorts of languages, but there's something suspicious on the shelf on the left. Like the one, like this one. Okay, I guess that's everything. Scaffold to the top floor. It goes all the way up to... Okay. Oh, geez. This handrail is made of metal. Probably a wise choice for building material. This scaffold is set up in the creative shape of a cross. Energy theory. Development of night on top... Okay, I'm not gonna read through this. Just listening to you read those titles give me a headache. Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. Oh, here. Oh, here's... Oh, this is where I got this one. Black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics. I guess that this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Hellenism? I think something that's a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. It is? Hey, it's another one of those kids' picture books. Looks like the other one we found. Cowboys and Indians, alright. Oh, Indians, like, okay. This is a little dated. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. But that's just gonna be serious inheritance tax. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in the history book. History of Buddhism. Are you Buddhist, Seven? Hermian creatures? Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, without hair, I can't imagine they had much need for perms. Oh my god, that's got nothing to do with this. Hey, look, this book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep. Okay, so... Automated robot assembly. Okay. I'm just gonna click all of these and try to read it. There's so much flavor text. This is one called, it's called Foundations of Data and Genetic Engineering, Communication and Computer Science. It's so vague, I don't know what it might be about. Overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Oh. There's a whole lot of space behind these books. Jinpei, I think there's something hidden behind the books. There's another powerful light bulb. Alright. There was a light bulb here. There's anything here now. Alright. Oh geez, this shelf has a bunch of books about evolutionary theory. Oh, I've already been here. Do you think we should hold hands where there aren't any handrails? I'll be fine. I can feel vibrations on the floor that tell me where I am. That's not what I meant. Who are you coming on to? Where's the other one? It's a coat rack. A place where you hang coats and hat stuff. This is not too big, so maybe just hats. I thought I clicked everything, but I'm gonna click everything again. Okay, I guess I'll try down here again. Oh wait. This one's Indian mathematics. There isn't a picture book on this shelf anymore. Oh, okay. Rotate the numbers around until you get the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Might as well give it a shot. Wait, what? Oh, okay. 632415. You did it, Junpei. Yay! I don't know why, but I don't feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open. See if we can get it open, alright? Oh, there's my last light bulb. I've never been paying attention to when someone triggered it to see what clicked. There's a super cute moment clicking something up top. Clover blushes and wonders if someone wants to hold hands. Aren't any handrails? Snake assumes she means him and says he'll be fine, and Clover's like, that's not what I meant. Yeah. Yeah, I just did that. And also she's clearly interested in like doing it with like Junpei because they're closer in this case. Do I have to combine all of them? Or oh, well, I guess I can just go here. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm going to change these bulbs. Now they should... Whoa, those lights really make a difference. It's pretty bright in here now. It's so bright now, it's almost blinding. That means we have to do this. Alright. What does that do? Okay. Whoops. Where's my items? Let me do this one. It's really bright in here. Small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look like music stands. Supposed to put something in here? Okay. Lights to the books. How do I make the lights go onto the books? Those very suspicious looking... How do I... Shoot, how do I advance? Uh-oh. I'm back to... Didn't have to remember the order of, or hit hint, just showed the books top screen the whole time. That would have been nice. Cupboard is on the bottom floor. These stairs go down to the bottom floor. Alright, I'm definitely doing something weird. Wait, what's this? The big door is the door to the library. The door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after and then a passageway beyond that. Neptune symbol. Like 7 and I don't exist. These books all seem to be by history. This one looks like the picture book from earlier, the one with pop-ups. I think they're part of a series or something? You do have the same binding. Alright, there's the last one. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy? A regeneration of internal organs? Jesus. Function of the human brain. I guess this is a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kind of curious about it too. There's got to be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Principles of monkey behavior. The praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to human evolutionary, so... How do they know there are pop-ups if you haven't opened any of the books? I know, alright. Imagine the research was fruitful. Oh, look, 7. Here's the book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it says muscle. The book is called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though the books have been organized by genre. Well, this library must be masters. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Actually, though, Ancient Gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history? Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about it like if you lose part of your body, then you can throw it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole section is... Okay. Alright, now that I have all 3, let me see if I can... I'm supposed to put things on these sands. Can I put them on? Search. This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey, Junpei, look at this one. Native Americans, huh? Hey, it's got some... Whoa! Haha, cute! It's got a magic wand on it, okay. What's inside? Well, aren't you gonna open it? Pretty sure it's gonna have pages inside. What's a good way to look at this? Baseball on this one. I forgot that I could do this. Let's see what's inside. Head. Oh wait, does it say... Well, it says Lilk, but it could also say kill. Can I put these here? Then... Awesome, it looks like it worked. Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy. They projected on the floor. Sheldrake. Sheldrake 5. This one. Wait.
Sheldrake 5?
Ah! Okay, every time that I have played this, I have been like, oh, okay, I see. I can see what they want me to do next. But then I haven't actually activated the game to start up the sequence to get me to the characters figuring it out. LRK is correct for the English solution, but they forgot to swap the model. That's valid. I feel like that'd be hard. 7 also has a large, round, and kinky joke if you search it again, which is funny. Alright.
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake. Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
7 and Clover walk off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
Yeah.
Junpei grinned, yeah.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
Sheldrake is 1 real, 2 still alive, and 3 didn't know until pretty recently about his theories being used in the game. Wait, that's funny that he knows of this game in the first place. I kind of didn't expect him to actually be aware that he's been used in a game.
That told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well...
Junpei's eyes narrowed.
I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
I think literally last year. Oh my god. This game is so old.
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given up.
Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything, but not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed to the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards?
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say, there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well, what about Clover?
Snake
Did she get
nodded.
a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Who but maybe Clover can visually read Braille? Snake can say it says whatever he likes. Explains why Snake played so dumb when asked about it in the safe Zero lost and didn't know Clover was dead and didn't want to risk it. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment.
Imagine when they glanced down and Clover's face was just like beep, beep, beep. Yeah, I know, right? That would be awful. Oh god. Then that'd be the end of the game again. Then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it.
He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment?
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada.
Thanks for the recap, because that was all in my previous playthrough, like, a week ago.
And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Sorry, I'm snacking now because it's been like 5 hours. Snake looked down, his face was tight. The slight tremor shook his body and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
I see. So here's Ace, here's number 9, here's the guy that they killed, and then whoever this is. Oh, this is the guy that was dead in the captain's chamber.
Nijisaki was his right-hand man, and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
That makes sense.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere before.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale.
I appreciate that this true ending is basically the deja vu ending for Junpei specifically.
To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will.
That's not what I would have expected that to be the interest of the experiment.
The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produce the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
Snake nodded.
I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event.
I love how they always say the most absolute nonsense phrase in serious voice. Yeah, this one definitely gets to me.
All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? what would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Junpei thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act
Yeah,
calm.
that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
He got that from somebody else.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Fun minor dialogue difference. Junpei has heard of the Gansfeld experiment because you've done Submarine Ending, hearing about them from Seven in the torture room. If you hadn't, Junpei will say no, and Snake will explain them. Oh, that's cool. So only because I'm doing this after having done all the other endings is how I'm getting this dialogue option. That's cool. There's so much detail in this game that I really enjoy.
Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret.
It took me a minute to fully comprehend what the sentence was saying. And at first it sounded like even more sus than it actually was. I mean, it's still still suspicious. But it sounded like he himself was visiting children, but no, he's talking about children that were at the hospital.
Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke. First time I saw someone get the version of the library dialogue without Junpei knowing, it took me several seconds to place why I felt wrong. I feel like it's very difficult to get here in the first place without having done, everything.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total.
Oh, they were siblings. They were all siblings.
For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had one transmitter and one receiver.
Oh, so Santa and his sister probably were also included in this.
They were split perfectly.
Oh, and the siblings, Lotus's children, that's 3 pairs at least.
As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger.
This is like the 4th time this has been repeated on this route.
Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly.
Oh wait, that's cute. They made it Group Q and Group A, so Q and A.
Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown.
That's fucked up.
Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q.
Instead of replicated the capsule and used a radio, Snake was just like morphogenic. Yes, Apollo, what was it, Apollo 13, right? I always get the Apollos mixed up. Apollo 13 was solved thanks to morphogenic fields.
The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage.
Oh, I've never thought of it that way. It is an unlucky number. That's unfortunate.
That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
That is the simplest explanation I can manage. It has been like 20 minutes. Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at diversion served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak.
Junpei! Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Hey, just because we're not as big as you does not make our asses bony. Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him.
There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment.
Oh, because Santa and his sister don't have parents.
After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Poor Junpei, only a tiny bit of the mystery he knows without anyone telling him that 16 children were kidnapped. And even that's wrong. Yeah. Junpei is just like, he first of all, I think it's kind of nuts that he, like, it's always very funny when you get these kind of stories where all of the information kind of congregates on a single person. Like, I felt like this was particularly funny because of the route that since I originally picked this route for my first playthrough, like sight unseen, because I was just like trying to interact with as many people as possible, and that essentially made it so that way poor Junpei has all of these people just randomly telling him their secrets, and he's the only one that has all of this information because they're either telling it to him in confidence or he's the one that just accidentally finds it out. You know? So like, granted, yes, he has been getting some incorrect information like externally, but he has all of the information that these characters could tell him, basically.
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi.
Oh.
The sister's name was... Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he was about to say brought him great pain, and she was the one that
Her name
died.
was Akane.
Oh, what?
That was the girl who died.
Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible.
You need to fucking calm down, Junpei. They didn't say a last name.
It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality. Jesus,
Something wrong,
Junpei.
Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Calm down. Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
No, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright?
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear.
I couldn't do it.
Reasonable first split-second reaction. He gets to the same didn't say the last name conclusion fast enough. Yeah, thank God.
Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Alright. Do I have to click it? This is it. This is what the shadow picture is pointing to. But it didn't say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Would you look at that? This big red button behind this book. Imagine if we had just, like, pulled out these books just to see what... Because they look suspicious. They're the only ones that are like this. Imagine we just pulled out all the books and we just found it on accident. Oh, okay. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. Blech. Oh, what the fuck is this? There's a keyboard in front of the numbers. This is 13, 14, 10, 13. You think we just need to put in the numbers from the wall on the keyboard? No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type in stuff like 3 or 4. Then that means... Okay, wait. What's the 13th letter of the alphabet? Wait. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 10. Oh shit, wait, which one was 10? 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Yeah. And then, wait, what was the last number? There's no number keys and there's very clearly a number row behind the screen. Yeah. We will just pretend that these numbers are not here. What was the last number? 13. Damn. Oh, wait. Ah, okay. This is A. I hate this stupid hexadecimal shit. Okay, so this is A. B, C, D. Oh, I see. I see what it is. I see what it is. You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. Password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on, we've got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up! Does it matter which one I go through? Alright, let's go get this thing open. Are they both the same? I guess they're both the same. The door opened. And Junpei and the others looked through it.
Alright, this is the next.
Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
The door!
They spun around. The door they just come through had slammed
Did that
shut.
just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader.
Come on, Seven, you're slipping. The one door he doesn't think to ever open. Yeah. Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it.
Got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
Oh, man. They took a second look at the room they found themselves in. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manners of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. Oh, this must have been where they tried to theorize the red and the dead. Looks that way. Junpei's heart fell.
No way!
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking.
I love you, Snake.
Much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right, then.
So you're telling me that in the other route, Ace had to go through this with Lotus? This is considered the study? Alright. Look, Junpei, the restaurant here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. Oh, another one of these. This is a nautical table? Yeah, it feels like I've seen this before. Cool. Gorilla that's attached to the drafting table. Light that's attached to the drafting table. It's got the little metal arm that holds it up. Those things are fans of ventilation. They're probably there to circulate air. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. Just a pile of junk, there's nothing useful here. Okay. Gosh, this desk is really big, it feels really sturdy. It does seem pretty heavy duty. I suppose it belongs to whoever uses this room, wouldn't you say? Alright, steel cabinet with the double door. I think that's everything here. There's some old computer monitors on this desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. Ace probably knows the solutions unless Zero changed them, so could do things pretty quick. But yeah, even knowing how to do it quickly probably had to keep dragging Lotus. Imagining him constantly using her as his hands, like when he told her to open the door for him. Yeah. Oh, what is this? There's a control panel in front of a big screen. Any of these buttons do anything? Oh, geez. Something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Ah, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cells on the bottom, on the right and the bottom green. Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look at it? Do you think this has to do something with the puzzle? Piece of paper, Clover gave me. A bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Like she said, it's probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Looks like I need to make all the cells all in green. Alright. Oh, okay. Thanks, this helps a lot. Alright. So, this is 20, alright. So if I... Okay. Wait, so I don't actually have to do anything, I just need to make all of these light up. Alright. Oh, so close. I'm not thinking too hard, to be honest. There we go. Hold on. Okay, so all of these need to be lit up. So I have D, the most difficult puzzles of the game to actually math out, so most people end up looking into the solution. Oh geez. Alright, so A has to be 10, so this one needs to go away. So this one needs to be away. It needs to be on. Okay, so I need 6 and 4 here. And then 1 and 9 here. That makes sense. And then F is... These need to be on, these need to be on, but I need to turn this one off. I think. Yeah, because this is 11? No, this is 12. Wait. Wait, this one needs to be off. What? This is 12. That doesn't make any... Wait, L is 21. Okay, I'm just off. So really, I think the only one that needs to be off is this D. Yeah. Okay, so this needs to be off. Ah, man. I was close. I always have like one on and then the other ones are still off. I just need for this one to be off. I'll just... If I turn these off, these off, these off. Alright, and then... I want these on, these off. Um... Wait. If I can get it so that way it's just this. I just need for this one to be off. I need for this one to be off, I need for this one to be off, I need this one to be on. And then I need to fill in all the rest of these. I need... I keep on being able to do all 9, but not the single one being lost. Okay. I need this one, this one, this one, this one. Ah, shit! Ah! Wait. B is 11, C is 12, so I need for the B to go away too. I'm stupid. Okay. I need this B to go away also, and I think that that's everything. Yeah. I did the math wrong. I can't believe I did the math wrong. That's so annoying. Wait, if I can get this B to be on... I need to do the exact same thing, but I need to just leave the B out. I cannot imagine like finishing this within the time limit if this was actually happening to me, you know? Let me think about this a little bit harder. I'm kind of just like unga bunga, put in whatever. Okay, hold on. Let me reset again. Okay, I need to take out the D and the B. And to do so, you do this one first. And then no. Let's take out this one, then this one. And then this one. And then this one. And then do this. And then this. Do this. I need all of the corners to be lit up. And then this needs to be... Whoops. I didn't mean to go back. Alright. If I could, I need for this to be on. I need for these to be off. Wait. Alright, okay, I did it. That was like 2 moves. Optimal 3-move solution. Yeah! Whoops. I hate this type of puzzle. That's wonderful. I'm happy that they found the optimal 3-move solution. I feel like I probably should have figured that out earlier, but also I had the incorrect I incorrectly thought that the B needed to be included anyway. That's funny. The lid slid open and something came out. Oh, cool. Okay, so there's nothing more here. It's a pipe. There's a cabinet underneath. I feel symbols engraved just above indentation. On the upper left, the steering wheel symbol. The upper right, the cross symbol. Bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom. Additionally, each symbol seems to be given a number. 1, steering wheel, 2, cross, 3, mysterious circle, and 4, waffle patterns. Perhaps we should insert the emblems in this order? That order, huh? Alright, so I need to find more of them. It's so small, I wonder what this is. I got no idea. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it, though. Alright. Let's go find the other ones. Oh, geez. Oh, there's another one. Got something on the screen at least, huh? What's this? Oh, wait a minute. When we figured out the Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway? Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. Just tap the button, it'll enter a dit. Hold down the button, it'll enter a DA. Enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. Do I have anything that I could get out of this? I think I need more information. Looks like there's a compass on here. Now I get it. What do you mean? You weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this one on the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. Important thing is this nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I use the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, so this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I want to turn it to, then just press stop. I'm betting something like that'll happen if I do it. Alright. Oh, thanks. Where does it start, though? Oh, okay. So let's go south first. Alright. And then we're going west. Alright, and then we're going southeast. And then we're going northeast. Ah, I missed! Hold on. Alright, let's try that again. Alright. Let me just... Hold on a second. That way I don't have to go back and forth between here and then. If you hit hint without grabbing the map from the table, show the faded version on the top with points but no lines. Possible to stall still, but much harder. Well, that's funny. Alright, so I'm going south first. And then I'm going... Where is this again? This is west. I missed again. I'm having real trouble with this button thingy. Alright. Oh, I just touch it? Can I just... Stop. And then we're going west. And then we're going southeast. And then we're going northeast. And then we're going east. And then we're going north. And then we're going east. Alright. Yay, you did it, Jinpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Oh my god. Knock it off. Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check it out. Kind of slid open, something came out. Oh yeah, heard the noise too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? Alright. What's this? The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. We can open it? Ha! Hello! That's pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. Coffin. Oh man, does Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. It says all ice. This be... Sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Imagine you open this coffin and someone just Snake again. That'd be funny, actually. This is now the third coffin that they've run into in this game. Because you have the coffin that's in the... What's it called? You have the coffin that's in the cargo area. You have the one that's in the chapel, and now you have this one. Anyway, let's have a look around. A metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All ice. Ah, the two machines. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand. Okay. I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck, it doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked some other way. Hey, Seven, do you think you could open it with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic. Is that actually true? It'd be hilarious. The lock on this one is the one time Seven super strength that actually worked, but he's too scared. Yeah. I don't want to open it. I don't want to open it. Is there anything else? Pipes running into this box over here. Steel cabin with a double door. What's in this cabinet? Something written on this piece of paper. Looks like we got 3 sheets of the stuff. Awesome! More material. I kinda didn't expect to be here for... Oh, thanks. Kinda didn't expect to be here for 6 hours, but I also don't want to just stop here. Some Morse code from letters A to I. The short mark is called DIT and made by tapping the button. Alright. The Morse code chart. Oh, okay, so this one's from J to R. Pipes below the cabinet where you found the Morse code charts have some fan favorite dialogue if you examine them a few times. Alright. Nothing left in the cabinet. This one? Pipe. A pipe. A pipe. Ventilation fans and model parts, so I can't go through them. There are 3 pipes here. Give me a P! Give me an I! Give me a P and an E! Oh my god, he opened his eyes for that. What's that spell? Pipe! What the hell are we doing? That's hilarious. Oh my god. Amazing. Alright, piles of crap everywhere. It's a pretty impressive mess. If we try and search every one of these, we're gonna be here added till the cows come home. Too bad, we won't have to go bring them in ourselves then. Don't you get smart with me, kid. Snake opens his eyes. Your sister dying, a couple pipes, same emotional impact. How about we deal this area later, okay guys? Maybe we should try something more promising. Card reader, says lock. How can we open this door? Thick metal door. These monitors hanging down from the ceiling. Each screen shows a room on the ship. Good pipe. Fluorescent bulbs. Side of the machine. The rest makes it feel rough. Okay. There's 3 letters, 3 lines. Each letter is 1 letter. And perhaps the letter you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol, respectively. They're all, isn't that what you just said? One line has 2 spaces, the next 4, the last one only has a single space. use the dots to the dashes instead of 2. Ah, just 1. Alright. Run through the instructions. Alright. Can I look at the menu though? Oh, thanks. I'm glad that this is here. Okay, let me see here. I want to see something. Okay, so if it's 2, 4, 1. So there's only, if I remember right, there's only 2 options. It's either a T or an E at the end. A, I. Wait, let me think about this for a second. So the only... Where's my stuff? Here we go. So the only ones that have... Let me see here. You can get... The first one has 2. So there, it's 2, 4, 1. You have an A. You have an I. The only one's for E. This one is B, C, F, H. Oh, I need more room. J, L, P, Q, V, W, or V, X, Y, Z. Alright. So if it's a word, then it could be... Oh, Let me try this. Oh man, I was hoping it might work. And then... What's a 3-letter word that would make sense here? Oh, maybe... There it is. It's ice. I see, so it seems you solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? I just listened to the sound the machines made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right. Like something slapping out. Yes. Ah, yes. One more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? Alright. Fun thing about the other Morse code puzzle in the communications. An additional hint to the door code for people who happen to know Morse, translated as 35 equals Z. Oh, that's helpful. That would have been nice because I stood in front of there for a really long time because I accidentally added a number to, I think, Z or something. And so I was like sitting there for a while like, what is the answer? When I had the answer, but I was just off by a number. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. Just a box, just a box. Holy shit, this is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in it. I just know it. Okay, deep breaths. Here we go. And there's nothing in it. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared for something like that. What do you mean nobody? Were you expecting somebody in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There is something in there though. 2 somethings actually. What is that? What? There we go. 2 things on the bottom. Looks like we have a plate with an emblem on it and the Neptune key. We finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover, but we need to get out of this room first, you know. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. Don't have any objections to that. Don't think we'll use the napkin keys. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket. As far as these other things go. And doesn't Junpei have like all of the keys now at this point? There's 2 things in the coffin. I'm just gonna back away, close the coffin, close the door instead of grabbing them though. Unfortunate. 1 through 4, this oh wait. It's the steering wheel across some kind of waffle pattern. Okay, the waffle pattern is last. Alright, so I need the steering wheel. And then... Oh. Well, now I got something on the monitors at least. What's that? It's like some kind of puzzle. What if these are the rules? Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to that area. Cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you've moved all the balls, except the red one, which you cannot move. Digital root of the balls in the area must match the number for that area. Alright. Oh, I still don't really get it. Whatever, let's say practice makes perfect. Give it a shot. You have to do 4 of these? Practice makes perfect. Wait, what did he say? Okay, for 6. Alright. And then for 3, prefix was the mistake. I was just reading fast, and so I didn't even register that because of the whole like rearrange. You can rearrange all the letters in there, and it'll still make sense. So I was just thinking of perfect to begin with. This is 9. This is 13. So maybe if I do all 4 of these, check. $13. This is 15. Oh, I need for all of them to be there. Numbered doors must use all bracelets except red ones. But nothing's happened. There are still more 3 invitations left empty. I think I have one, they're all filled. Doesn't this seem likely? Alright. Next is this one. Hey Junpei, something just showed up on the screen. Puzzle sure looks like the last one. There's more of those red balls you can't move. Numbers for each area are different too. But the same rules as the last one though. You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Alright. Picture's worth 1,000 words. At least I'm trying, alright. He is trying so hard. 21. Or to 1. Maybe get to 10. Or no, I can't even... Well, I could get to 10, but it would take a little... Well... And then... Actually, that is the only option. 10... 20... Yeah, this is 25. It's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Next one is this one. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. The rules are the same. Don't you think you should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. So this, you can't think of anything clever. Please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Shut up! Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. He's trying so hard. Aw, shoot. Okay, so 7 and 7. If I can get to 16... No, wait. This is 15. This is 16. And this one is... also 16? Yes. Alright. Snake is just so sassy about things. He has to make up for lost time for when he was napping. Yeah. I love him. He's great. I only got one left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. See what happens when I put the emblem of the coffin into this indentation. It's the fourth one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple. I think this is probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. Oh shoot, okay. 8. And 9. I have to have at least 3 in each one, right? 15. Oh, but I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that get, which one does it get me to? 2, 6, 11, 19. I think all of them go in here. Where'd that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions! Damn, Junpei, good job. Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. Keyboard. And pound away at the keys. A little curious what the drawer on— oh.
A picture.
In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men. Oh, there they are. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before.
What the hell is this? This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters.
So it's hard to tell with the CG that they give you.
He had a 0 bracelet on his left arm.
Got that a lot faster than others. A lot of people get stuck on the rules, never once say you must open both doors for a while. Keep banging their heads trying to open both. Well, you have to have 3 and 5, and that's impossible to do, so... Or 3 or 5, and you can't do that with either of them. You have to have either 3 and 2, or you have to have just 5.
And the second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man, the one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Seven and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. His smile suggested they were close, at least to some degree. Cap looks much skinnier and balder in the current game. It took me until seeing this version to place him. Oh, really?
And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Thank you, Snake. Junpei flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Oh, so this is a picture from Ace. The Nonary project, Nijisaki, Kubota. That typo. Kobuta. Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the Ninth Man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this.
Junpei just completely baffled by the concept of a piece of paper having two sides. It's been a long day for him. I'll give him that.
It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising.
Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But then why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that, yes, of course, Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him.
And he tried to kill you, not that you realize this.
Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Oh, and this is how it comes out that he was part of the group that went on the Gigantic. Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro, Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember...
Remember what?
Everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Snake said, Ace is Hongo, from the right. The other 3 are Musashiro, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashiro was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common: a history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags.
Interesting what bits of Seven's detective training survived the amnesia. He was on the same find what connects the victims to find the perp line of logic at the beginning of the game. Yeah, I like how you kind of tell that he's a detective. Like, once you find out that he's a detective, then like a lot of his mannerisms start to make sense. And it's like, oh, you got that from being a detective, even though we technically don't know that yet.
The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink.
Right, because we never go into room 2 in this one.
A toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked.
The start diverging seemed cool.
Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. Huh. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows? Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying. But I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. There it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. But I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up.
Kind of amazing he could fit
Why are
through
there
there.
kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, it's got to be a really big vent. Specifically just to get his shoulders through.
And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then there was a voice.
Oh god.
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror, and all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were. The kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent. For the moment,
there she is.
From surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Oh.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously.
He's cute. We technically opened the door. This whole last scene is technically kind of part of the escape room by the flow. Oh, really? That's funny.
I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
He's so cute.
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kinda cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I try to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in...
7, this is supposed to be the short version of the story. Yeah.
5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. No point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall.
He's giving so many details.
Plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there...
Yeah, that's not good.
That meant we better... We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up. Our feet pounded the steps, our arms pumping fast. We went round and round and round. The devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Oh, there's Snake too. Imagine Seven's giant voice trying to mimic the little girl voice while trying to tell the story. That's adorable.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane.
Wait, so they ended up in the same...
Strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go. Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait! I don't think the kid even heard me.
Or Seven. He's like, I am now, like, morally responsible for all of you kids, and you are just leaving.
Run around to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? You got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me.
The girl in the ponytail is probably related to Lotus's family, actually.
We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated.
Usually the siblings are supposed to be separated, so I'm kind of confused as to why...
And then suddenly...
they're together.
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too
Oh, they don't even bother.
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her. Still
They don't even bother trying to hide who she actually is. I mean, like, you can tell who she is based on her face, but like...
Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open, but...
Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
He started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die, please! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head, but there was something Junpei had to know.
Are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Sean Chiplock had some great heart-rending screams. Yeah, his acting is really good. Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. The bit where Seven says you were there that day is hilarious on Adventure since people don't get the looks at Snake part that he assumes he's talking to Junpei. I'm super confused. Yeah, I can imagine. Somewhere far away you can hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do.
Snake really likes that blue jacket with a yellow piping aesthetic, doesn't he? Yeah, he really does.
I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q.
Wait, so then... Did Snake ever realize that Santa or Aoi was with them? He must have, right?
I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat.
I mean, obviously he can't say anything about it because he didn't realize that Santa was probably Zero at the time.
I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I guess I believe you.
I believe you.
So then why is Junpei here? Like, everybody else has some sort of connection to the experiments. But why is Junpei here? Clover
Let
nodded.
me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki.
Right.
He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother.
Oh, thanks for it. Childhood friend of subject is about as connected to his mother of subject, I guess. That makes sense. But also, if the thing that gets to me really is just because, like, mother of subject kind of makes sense because, like, that's a direct line. But, like, considering that it's childhood friend of subject that is the subject's sister, or that is Zero's sister, like, that's the part that gets to me, is like, that's why I'm kind of confused about the whole thing. But I guess we'll see.
But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now.
Thank you.
I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
Puberty does shit to you.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Probably intended to be simultaneous in universe and flows better with Snake and Clover's part coming first, but I love how Junpei just politely waits his turn to have his Santa equals Aoi equals Connie's brother internal freakout. Yeah! Junpei blinked, he was back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Jesus,
Hey,
Junpei.
Go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Actually, though.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary Project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think, he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. The names of the currently dead members of the Nonary Project match their effective killers. Nijisaki Ni is 2. Their effective numbers. Sorry, I read that wrong. Kubota, Ku is 9. Musashido, Mu can be read as 6. Our nothingness. Alright. That makes sense. That's really cool. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge and had even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all
The
nodded.
next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
Yeah, but also he's the one that he's the one that killed 2 of them on accident.
Person who planned the Nonary Project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence,
What?
and then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit! Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that held the picture was a keycard. It has a 0 on it. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
New material has been added to the file screen. Cool. Y'all took so long to explain all of that. Alright, let's just swipe this card. With how close they're cutting the time, imagine at the story end and they just knee deep in water because time was up. They're too polite to interrupt. I can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go. Let's go. Like Seven is so caught up in his reverie that he's just like, and that's how all this happened. And then he's like, wait, why are my knees wet? Oh shit! The door opened and they stumbled into the library. Also, I got an achievement.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway. Actually, hold on. Where am I now? Oh my god, there's so much left. There's so much left. Oh boy. It feels like, okay, I don't think that there's enough left for me to have like a full stream, but also I don't want to like, yo, this is such a long stream. I didn't expect it to take this long, actually. Oh gosh, okay. They ran across the hallway.
This exit needs the Uranus card too.
Straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
They slid the keycard through and the door rumbled open. Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune key. Let's see if you work.
He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, that makes sense why Ace... So Ace went through this door, but Santa went through the other one because he knows that the other door does not have any escape rooms that he has to go through. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator.
Here we
Looks
go.
This is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste. As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down.
Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
You came to get me.
He is such a good guy, you're right.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
What happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Nope, here we go again.
Ace.
He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
Oh, shut up.
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
Good question. He's just saying shit and then he's like, oh wait, I have nothing to back that up.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me.
I always wonder where Seven got his scars since he didn't have them in the flashback. Suppose it made Ace even less likely to recognize him. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. It has been 9 years, so he could have gotten them at any point in time after that.
This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. But Ace, everyone can get out if you just let us all go. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
It beeped and he forced Lotus's hand into it as well.
8. And with this...
And then at last he reached into the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The 9th man. Kubota's bracelet.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Too many people know Ace for what he is. You think he'd let them out even if everyone could easily get through the door. Good point. Though he doesn't realize that everybody realizes who he is, except for like Seven. Seven just yells something out, and then he's just like even before. Well, I guess actually because he already knew that Santa was who he was, and that Santa wants to kill him. Well, yeah, but it's like they see him with a gun to a woman's head, but like he didn't have to take the gun, I guess. But I guess because Santa told him probably everything at that point. Junpei's eyes flicked toward Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure if it wasn't either.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? Why isn't it opening? One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... Poor girl. At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red, and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? That digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red.
No!
Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Jinpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Jinpei between herself and Ace.
That was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Jinpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Jinpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital route. Which means
Thanks for just
that number
repeating
9
everything
could do
that
whatever they wanted.
Ace said in the other timeline.
You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2.
These words seem very familiar, right?
You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the Red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
Then you mean to say... Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating, but Jinpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle. which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took, and then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached out and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Junpei took it and opened it. This is what it said.
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. Zero.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him.
It's a tense moment, but since Santa correctly accuses Junpei of cheating at the vote, I always imagine a pain, and I knew it coming from him when Junpei casually brings it up.
But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning.
Never confirmed, but highly implied Clover killed Cap in the Safe Knife timeline. Yeah, that's what it does sound like. Lotus 7 said she barred herself in the room he'd be, and she had the sinister hand note and O bracelet. Guess she hid him under the bed rather than leaving him out like Ace, since 7 and Lotus didn't mention him. That's presumably the Ace asked Clover if she found. Huh. That would make sense, especially since like she has the axe.
I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left him with the truth. What? And he sighed. Oh wait, what energy he had left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet, but in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly.
Yes. You figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet. in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap.
In every timeline, you fall for every single trap. You are just a dumbass. I'm sorry.
But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
One of those dumbasses that's relatively smart but so confident that no one could ever pull something on him, it's easy to do so. Yeah, it's his arrogance is his own undoing. Santa, you can't plead ignorance right now because you tried to, you held a gun to somebody's head.
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero, and Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary.
Yeah, I thought of Akane is Zero.
But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the Nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head.
Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For 2 organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information?
Santa's a pretty good actor. He played it off like Lotus was crazy pretty well when she brought up morphogenic field. Yeah, that's true. He's a really good actor. I I love him. I like him. Like him and Snake are my favorites, and unfortunately, they were the ones that got stuck in this place before.
That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were 2 separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q.
Thank you for repeating this like 15 times.
The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the Morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic.
Yeah, another sibling pair must have gotten like. I wonder if it was. I wonder if it's the ones that were Lotus's children or something. I don't know. Because it sounded like they were together. Who knows?
I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the Morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in 2, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom from a single stream into 2 branches. It only flows in one direction, it can never flow backward. Information is the same way, it moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the Morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. This bit where the narrator starts speaking in first person for the first time is so good. The bottom screen has just been mostly fluff. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, I can imagine that being really cool. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. Oh, that's so cool! But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? Jun, no. Akane, where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover? Oh shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. That, like... Oof. I don't know why that's so funny. Santa's got the gun. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head. What a jolly guy that's Santa. So true.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off of him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. Guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. Interesting, this Santa never said anything about being Santa Claus or anyone's wish. Well, he did kind of say it at the very beginning when we were talking about his name. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
The incinerator isn't going to turn on, is it?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No. No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit, we gotta do something. Maybe we can still get out through the door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus... It's 26, so it's 8. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. I noticed that, like, they stopped adding Junpei's name on here. Looks like she's writing equations, a lot of them. Ah, man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least 7 got away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. So many options. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7.
What? And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel.
Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without...
These are thoughts, not out loud. Thoughts are no longer voiced with the blue wub wub. Voice line still have the nameplate. Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
If you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence. They bicker a lot, but it's pretty cute how 7 and Lotus look at each other first when there's trouble. First to object when the other suggests sacrificing themselves, etc. Yeah, it's sweet, actually.
Bad?
Yeah. If
Based
there
on
weren't assholes
everything...
like you around, I'd be out of a job.
If there weren't assholes like you around. And, like, based on, like, their history, these two are probably around the same age.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Aww. Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
7's 45 based on the official ages. Oh, that is really close. Oh, so she's 40? Alright.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace?
Because at one point, so one of my other watchers was looking up the ages, and it said that Lotus was like in her, like, I was like 20 something, which would have made no sense at all.
I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see. Why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot?
Yes, that is what I said.
You were
And
right.
nothing happened.
Ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get through that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. Akane vision? I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise, like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him, and we became one. Instead of Junpei, somehow I find myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. This revelation has some interesting implications given some of Junpei's thoughts, like depending on which elevator scene you saw. Really? Speaking of ages, altogether their digital root 9 reference. 50 plus 24 plus 24 plus 18 plus 21 plus 21 plus 45 plus 40 is 243. Oh! 9 doesn't have an official age, but is likely something like 54, 63, etc. with the root of 9 itself to not break the pattern. That's so cool! I love when they do like really fun number things like that. So this game and all of its like number shenanigans are right up my alley. One was the present and the other was the future. If Akane is like influencing Junpei, the like kind of suddenness, or like not really suddenness, it is kind of gradual, but it does seem kind of what's the word? Almost inappropriate, the way that he starts having like feelings for her, because it kind of like comes up at random and kind of suddenly, and also his like protectiveness over her, even though like he hasn't seen her for years, you know. 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time eventually becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I've done the 2 screens at once, think and confirm it's disorienting. Technically not the same screen, had a pair of those glasses with tiny screens that project onto the lens. Oh, that's, yeah. Yeah, that's confusing. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
That was my brother, Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Oh, there she is. She looks exactly like Lotus. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Hurry up!
We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It had been 2 hours since the nonary game began. You just know the girl that slapped the other was probably Nona. Yeah, it does. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, you would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q, and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted.
Fun thing with Light, he can be implied to be worried his identity has been found out. Both doors behind door 5 have lights you can examine, and he'll tense up both those. Oh, okay. I think it's funny that they just used the name Clover. Or is that like her? Is that a fake name? Or like is Light a fake name here too?
I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her.
Snake almost certainly had an internal facepalm when Clover chose her actual name for her codename. Oh, absolutely. Though to be fair, her using her actual name probably misdirected them. For they probably had generally they had no idea.
Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another.
18-year-old Clover's hand is already super tiny on the rim. Yeah, she's probably like this girl's size.
If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
Snake is such a good guy. He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. No wonder the leaf words help her so much. Basically a message directly from her believed to be dead brother. Yeah. Yeah. He had one last thing to say.
Don't ever forget. So long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was only 1. But if there was only 1 door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors!
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already,
Warning, warning. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged.
What?
probably wouldn't work as a full game, but would be cool to read like a short novel or something about the experience of the 9-year-old sub. Yeah, I agree. I think it would have been really interesting.
What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
My brother always swallowed hard and answered.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
It sounds so stupid in English, but I'm sure, like, since we know that it was in English, like, he's just translating for them. Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys.
Not like 9-year-old English speakers don't know the word incinerate. That's true. That is true.
I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent away from the incinerator and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of the door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral staircase. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized.
Oh, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? Aoi Light Nona. If only Seven had remembered the other important name, we'd have a head start on the mystery. Yeah. I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think. I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the others of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later, I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, as I reached the bottom deck, I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back toward the stairs and freedom, the door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. He looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity in his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No, stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly, the door to the stairs flew open. My brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out. But then,
You're too late, idiot!
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering as that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. Semi-theme naming. Akane is a sheep of deep red. Aoi, the character of his life, is the one for Hollyhock. But yeah, it's a oh, okay. I didn't know that it's for Hollyhock. Clover and Light have somewhat punny last name of field. That's cute. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. Oh, and then also, because Akane is red and Aoi is blue, and the red and the dead are red and blue. Check the screen, then toss the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the 2 at the door slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
That's funny that they're both 9. I think it would have been funny if they were both named like 8 or something to go with her number, because that would have been kind of funny. I wonder why she chose 9 for her daughters. I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Help me!
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Then it started again.
Warning, warning. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh wait, why is it me again? Why is it Junpei vision again? Holy shit, man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that. And
Poor
when it's
Lotus.
9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
She's like,
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now.
her daughters never told her anything, and she said that they never told her anything, and so these guys just know so much that they can't tell her about because there's no time. Never mind that Seven took so much time to explain what happened just a little while earlier. Oh, Hazuki? It is a father. Oh, that's cute. Wait, that's cute. I like that.
But
Hazuki and Ichiro. And then 8 + 1 makes 9. That's cute. I love that.
17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn!
what kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
She's 18, you're 40. There's a difference.
God damn it! Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. Hello? What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
What is that?
What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on this screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Ugh. Man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Can I switch them by any chance? No.
Hey, move!
Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
Hold on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, I'll just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Oh, well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
From he knew because I knew you're locked into one mode or the other on the game swim. Thanks, game. It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle,
the incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Oh god. Shit, 13 minutes? Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. It turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me?
Don't know what to do?
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets onto the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. Is it 5? Based on my bracelet, showed a 5. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
Poor girl.
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes.
What the fuck, man?
I imagine it will be very painful.
You can simulate. Surrounded by monkeys, I must be so confusing. People who don't know about the prosopagnosia. Yeah, actually. Oh man. He's starting to think Ace was slightly mistaken when he said he didn't deserve what happened. Yeah, he's very mistaken, because the thing is that like you can simulate a life or death situation without there actually being life or death at stake. But he decided that he was going to have a life or death situation and actually kill people, and children at that.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
Oh my god. I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Oh, so we have to close the time loop, basically. by solving the question on this side.
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
7 and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here?
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit!
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I'd heard it so clearly, like he was right there.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
That's her. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! Akane!
This is a bit I'm torn between remake and original. Voices are so good, but the top and bottom screens responding to each other was so much... Oh, that is so much cooler. Split screening would have been so much better, actually. They could have gone... There isn't that much dialogue. They could have just split the screen in the middle this way.
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Senta meant.
There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all this means. I know why the nunnery game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is. Zero is. Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her no matter what.
Incineration will begin in
9 minutes.
6.
Damn it! The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there.
You could have made it 9 minutes! I would have believed it even if only 1 minute had passed.
So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Oh god, is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way.
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lola, I didn't mean to snap. There's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. We got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. I just need to switch these out? Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind.
Oh god. We will pretend that this will only take 6 minutes. What? Feelings line is a bit odd. I think something like ceilings for her contemporary June multiplied with being... Yeah, there's just a lot going on. When I pressed hint, numbers appeared on the empty spots on the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. But this square at the bottom, why does it stay blank when I press hint? Oh, okay. All of these are... So this one stays in place. All of these are 9. And so is these. But why are they 9? A bit I get why they changed, and a bit I have no clue about. I had to physically flip the DS to solve the puzzle, with the new top screen being the CG of crying Akane. That bit I got changed even though it kind of sucks, was also Sudoku instead of whatever this is, which I don't know why they changed. Oh my god. Sudoku would have been easier. Okay, let me switch this one. That didn't do anything. That did something though. Oh wait, duh. Please enter password. Is it just password? Wait, what is it? Wait, what? What is the password? Password? I'm inputting a password now then. Are there any hints? What the hell am I supposed to put here? Spell password and get all squares to digital root 9. Initial board just happens to be one where spelling password right away satisfies both. That's nice. What is the password? Nope. Huh? There's only 7, right? The screen appeared after I solved the last puzzle. Maybe the hint was in that one? But I can't go back to it! Keep toggling hint on and off. Basically, Junpei basically just tells you, like, the board's getting messed up, I should reset, I need to find the password. Last hint he keeps repeating. That's funny. There's 8 numbers. That's no fun. The puzzle, the answer ended up being password. After that, it was an extra space. 9 square. Maybe that's the password. But I tried that. What? There's no extra space either. Puzzle. Making the hint squares all 9, so the hidden number should be 9 as well. That means... what does that mean? What does that mean? Remember after password on the puzzle screen is 9. Then the password this thing is asking for, I should input... I tried that though, isn't it? Or should it just have to be just the number 9? Ah!
Yes, that's it! Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded into my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
I can't quite believe I did that, but I'm so glad, so glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. Did you press enter? No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Hang up now. Like it's a phone call.
Oh, of course!
Very long distance phone call. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus didn't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys.
Are you...
Okay?
Shut it.
Right, okay, maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I hadn't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
Holy shit.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again, and again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell's going on? I got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course! That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit, of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can trust me on this one or we are all fucked. Alright, no time to explain. Just go!
Quick, verify your numbers on the red.
Verify? Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Hurry, 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 hurry!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Same combo as the final door in the Zero Study digital route puzzle. Oh, really? Oh, thank fucking Christ! No, not time to be happy. Time to go!
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes! Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it! Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We still gotta find the dead.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel, but nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there, it felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay in there in his arms forever, but I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, my bracelets had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. Young Akane forgets to grab the bracelet's ace drop to verify, so it just blows up. And that would be awful. The huge detective who we call 7 and 9 years, and Snake the blind boy were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Aoi was right. It was time to get moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of the surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiral staircase to freedom. Time for more running. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is 7 talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red.
Fun color stuff. Transmitters and receivers in the field are always shown as red and blue, respectively. Akane and Aoi's names, yes, but Junpei and Akane's dual roles were foreshadowed. Junpei had his red plaid shirt and puffy blue vest, and Akane's present color scheme and Japanese codename is purple. Oh, that makes sense. There's so much in here. There really is so much in here. I enjoy that.
2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
I love how Lotus's chest is pretty much the only thing blurred. They added jiggle physics to a still image, and that's hilarious. Yeah.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same, so I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16,
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19,
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22,
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Oh, it's a Q.
Q.
26.
And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q. A fucking lowercase q!
Yep, that's pretty much it.
Oh, that makes sense. Q and Q. Q and Q. Yeah, that makes sense. In English, Zero never says seek a door that carries a 9 out loud, but leaves a note in ambiguous font. In Japanese, he does indeed say door with a Q out loud. That makes sense.
I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a
This is
9
like
in base
localizing
10, but a Q
genius.
in base 27.
Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm going to tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Safe and coffin code significant since you were asking about previously. Add all the digits, you get 26. As in Q, the final door. You multiply it by 9. You get an interesting number that's the strongest evidence Santa and June actually fucked with their numbers for some reason. So 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1 times 9. And then 1, 2. Oh, that's funny. 1, 2, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But instead, the 3 is a 9, and the 6 is a 0. Let's run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally! Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there.
Alright,
I'm gonna open it.
Where am I now? There's still 3 more sections left. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here.
Wouldn't it be funny if this stream ends up being 9 hours long?
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. We're going to open, and you're going to open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. Imagine this door was locked too, suddenly seek a way out. Yeah, I'm like almost half expecting that because of the flowchart. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace, and not only because my brother and I were back together again, thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Giving the blind boy an oar the best idea. Oh, good point. I guess technically he doesn't have to see. He can. It's all about resistance, right? Aoi whispered.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Yes, finally, air! Ugh. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh, I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait.
No way.
You have gotta be shitting me.
It can't be.
This is...
Where the fuck are they?
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
Oh.
A mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sure enough, it's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, sun. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I have ever been so happy to see the sunrise. Fun hint, you were in Building Q all along. The water on D-deck was always said to be flat, still, etc. A boat in danger of sinking, you should bob with the waves. Well, I always thought that they were, like... They definitely weren't in a boat on the ocean. I always knew that they were never on the boat in the ocean. But I kind of did think that they were on the boat. It was just like a controlled flood, I guess. Because like with the idea that he had that Zero had the resources to access these places to begin with, then surely he had the resources to like not put himself in the to like put the boat in like a warehouse or something. That was my running theory anyway. You put it in like a warehouse or something with like control. You don't have to, with like enough water in a pool to have the boat float, I guess. And then yeah, I don't know, it got complicated after that. This makes so much more sense. I just hear something fall. Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip, like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Are there only detonators in... I wonder if there was a detonator in Ace. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. So where did they go? the very least, 9 and Gaia X had real ones. Ace and Cap could theoretically have real ones. Yeah, that's what I would imagine is, that, Kubota obviously had one, and then so did Gaia X, and then I think that it would make sense that Ace and Cap were the only ones that were actually in danger. I'm assuming there's something. Is there something after the credits? That seems like something that would happen. So then, where did Akane, Aoi, and Hongo go? Some post-credit scenes, yeah. Can I click? Nope. I won't right-click. Aww. I barely remember that one. That's CG. Yeah, it makes sense.
Are you okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned and...
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless.
Excuse me?
You can't beat 5 8th graders,
Oh my
Jumpy.
god.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Yeah, he definitely got in a couple good swings. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing was a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive. Oh my god.
This is so fun!
Wish you got a CG of the guys crammed. I really wish that we got a CG of all of them in the car.
This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Why did we let her drive?
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why is he in the back? Why don't he put them in the front?
Don't you drive, Seven? I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Why do you have an
Sat
international
in
license?
the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh shit! God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast! Maybe Clover's American or Seven's okay with someone else breaking the law if he doesn't or something. Yeah, clear. If he's not in the driver's seat, that he has, like, some plausible deniability, I guess. But I'm just wondering... I don't know. I think it's just that Lotus took the passenger seat and before he could. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. No! The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them, furious.
What the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps.
Run away after you threw the kitty to me?
I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out.
I guess I could've...
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to.
Ouch.
I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the
They
wind.
asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I...
Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
I felt so bad when it came up who killed the bunnies. My thought when it came up in the shower room was that Akane had done it as an excuse to hang out with Junpei more. Oh, that's upsetting. That's an upsetting thought. I don't think I ever would have thought of that. My thought was that it wasn't clear what had happened to the bunnies, or maybe I just wasn't reading it properly. So I thought that the kids just had neglected them on accident or something. She was smiling when telling the story so she didn't cry until Junpei showed up. That kind of makes sense. But yeah, I don't think that they did it on purpose for certain. That's finding out, man, those like random kids are terrible. Even if they weren't even if it wasn't like Akane and Junpei, it's still kids, and kids are terrible. Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary Project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. That's so funny. His eyes just look empty, no emotion. He looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore.
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
Clover aimed for all the bumps, so true. You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces.
You should have just talked to Snake a little bit so that way he can teach you how to operate while blind, because it's kind of the same concept. You're just face blind. Like, you can see everything else, but you just have to cope differently for how to understand people around you.
Peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Kidnap and in some timelines kill children to alleviate your own disability. Totally reasonable. I know. Totally reasonable. I'm glad that there's like... It's not just that the guy with the disability is the villain, because you also have the guy with the disability who is a great asset in the entire game. So it's kind of nice. You have both, so it's equal opportunity.
Yes, if you want to put it simply, but if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I could supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on. Thanks, Junpei.
So what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations.
Straight up being the fuck, that's it, really? Yeah. I love Junpei. He's really funny, actually.
I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What? Alice doesn't exist.
Thank you.
9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soparin. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. Thank you, Junpei. Imagine if instead of their connection being severed, Junpei just had to live with a 9-year offset for the rest of his life. A relative year from now, just Junpei on board in the back of his mind. Yeah. It would be pretty funny. Like, he's with the he's with the original Akane, and then or with the one that's his age, and then he's like, wait, hold on, your younger self is talking to me. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is, for you, doll. His name is Junpei.
Aww. Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
It's used to connect to another person, so I see what's going on here. The younger self hearing Junpei's thoughts totally confirms anytime Akane was flirting or seemingly not realizing. She knew exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much?
After June?
I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June, then?
Aww. Do they call it Murasaki in the Japanese version?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe.
What?
It's all traditional charm of tribe. So I give this, it me. So we always together.
Cute.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto Jun's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. Let me guess, Akane? For that crimson red. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. He mishears as Budo instead of for you. Oh, if it's purple, that makes sense. She's completely forget about her until running into her on the ship. To be fair, it's been... What? It has been... 9 years. It has to have been 9 years at this point, yeah. It would have been 9 years. That's a lot of time. Also, he's a college student. He's probably got other things to worry about, unfortunately. We sat bathed in the warm light of evening, just the two of us leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one, the lights of the town began to flicker on. Wait, I'm thinking about this now. If there's a 3-year difference between them, and, well, if Aoi is, maybe he's in high school, so it could have been later. Just like a little bit later, at least. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with Jun and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but she's still alive now as Jun. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then... Well, if Akane has the ability to see timelines, then in theory, Jinpei also has the ability to access timelines. How do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there! There's somebody next to the road.
Huh?
What? Hmm?
Yeah! The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on the shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Jinpei realized who she was. That would be funny if she just jumped into his head just to talk about this random hitchhiker. And that's it! Don't forget your towel. Fun Easter egg now that you've done the true end. If you go back to almost any escape room and start it with the novel, when the novel sections are in novel, the Seek a Way Out cut-in changes. You like to say? Yes, I would like to say it. That's everything. Oh, it's her face. When the note, what? I go like, can I do this? Or do I have to like start from here? Make sure, okay.
Oh.
So if I'm on novel screen.
It's far too...
So if I do this. First thing they saw. Okay, there's a lot to this one. I happen to find this one. Oh! That's so funny. So, yeah, it's Akane looking for the way out. That's so cool. I think, let me see here. I'm gonna go to the top. Like right here. Oh, why won't it let me in? Oh, it's so fun. I actually managed to surprise myself twice with that Easter egg. I checked the file to poke around, find the video file, thought it was unused, then jumped into my save a few weeks later to check something and got surprised when it's actually used. That's so funny. Okay, I want to save. I'll save here. And then I'll just return to the title screen. Yay. Memories of the escape. I got everything? Yeah. Awesome. I think the only other thing that I think I would do is I would want to run through some of this game, like if I could, in Japanese. Just because there's so much interesting stuff that you were telling me about that in the Japanese version that I'd be interested in listening to myself. Though I won't do that on screen on stream. So I guess I'm done with this game now for me anyway, on stream. But yeah, it's really late at night now. As you can see, I have actually this is a new addition to my stream layout. I added a clock, and it's like on the top of my screen right here. Mary's Escape is such a weird artifact from the DS version, since with the flow you can jump to rooms freely when you want to play them. Yeah, I see. Yeah, the flow is so useful. I cannot imagine doing this, like, with the DS version. That sounds like a gigantic pain, though the story's good enough that I can also understand, like, wanting to see what's going on, especially if you end up with, like, what I did, which is you start with what is essentially the true ending, but you don't have enough information yet. But, yeah, it's like super late for me, so I'm gonna wrap this up real quick. But thank you for coming, everybody that showed up, and especially you, Neoman, for hanging out with me. Yeah, but having you around and hanging out with me all day, like for this long, because you've been here basically the entire stream. So I really appreciate it, and I had a lot of fun with this game, and I think that this is going to go into one of my favorite games list. I'm definitely going to play, actually, I'm going to play the second one at some point, just probably going to take a little break for a while. Santa's Rat Story is more integrated though, successive Junpei's getting faster and faster at solving the rooms. Yeah, that makes sense. There's so much to this game, and I hear that the second one is also very good, so I'm gonna try that one eventually, but I don't know when, probably not for a little while. But yeah, I hope you had a lot of fun here, and for next week, I'm gonna take it easy-ish, especially after this really, really long stream. I didn't expect to be here for this long, but I don't have any regrets. I'm gonna be playing Tales on Thursday as usual, Hatoful Boyfriend on Friday, and then my friend Mina wants to play Ace Attorney together on Saturday. I'll put that on my that schedule on my Twitter soon enough. And that's all from me today. I hope you had a good time, like I said. And I hope that maybe I'll see you guys again sometime in the future. Have a good day, and extension of the flow surprised a lot of people. I've seen some. I'm a bit tired, I could probably push through, and having to discourage them from trying. Yeah, that was a lot. I did not expect that, but I have no regrets. I think it basically doubled my my stream time. Whoops. Cuz like whoops. Oh well. You didn't see that. Yeah, I think that extended my stream time I think it basically doubled the stream time. I will both the big endings. Yeah, I kind of didn't expect for I kind of expected the middle ending to be a lot shorter, I guess, or I didn't expect it to be as long as it was because the other endings were like reasonable up to that point. But oh well. It is what it is. But yeah, I will definitely do the second one at some point. Probably soon, because again, this was very fun. But we'll see. But yeah, I gotta get to bed, because again, as you can see on my screen, it is like it is this time right now. That is very, very late. You know. I will this is in military time. So I will be going to bed. Again, thank you for coming, and I hope to see you guys again at some point. Yeah, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. I will see you guys eventually. Bye bye.